Aussie.
And there we go. Alive, Friday night, party night. And yes, Nettie, I have a new Mac from Brookie's. Barrel aged, very much darker than the original Mac. I'm going to do a side-by-side comparison. I'm starting the night with an energy drink because, like a long fucking night. Time got away from me a bit tonight as well. I was going to do some video shooting for my cocktail channel before this, and because of, it was dinner time, people were using the kitchen, I didn't. It's why the bottles are directly behind me rather than where they usually are, because I was arranging stuff for a video shoot, which didn't happen. Makes the bottles easy to get to, though. Not even sure where the Mac is at the moment. But, yes, Annette, it's a whiskey barrel aged macadamia liqueur. Birds making noises outside. That's squawky noise. That's wattlebirds, an Australian native. And I think they're fighting with the minor birds, which are an introduced destructive species. Hello, Megaleech and Justin. I like the wattlebirds. They make a fairly unappealing noise, though. Don't like the Indian minor birds because they're an invasive species, and they are known to damage the nests of native species and kill their eggs. So fuck those things. Swear, if I had a gun, I'd be shooting them. Not even a figure of speech. Like I'd, go do like a BB gun or a slug gun or something. I reckon I could kill them with a BB gun or a slug gun, and I'd do it because they're an invasive, destructive species. But I don't have a gun, so I ain't shooting nothing. And, I would go out and chase them with a knife, but they're gutless. Like, the instant I go to the back door, they see me, they fly off. It's like they know everyone hates them. So they bugger off. Right. So I'm just going to experiment with drinks tonight. I was maybe going to make something for a cocktail. For a cocktail channel video tonight. No, I'm not. So I'm just gonna actually, there were some experiments I wanted to do, and we shall see where that goes. It's interesting, the bourbon barrel aged Mac that I've got. Their suggested signature serve is just straight up on the. Well, actually, that means something. Serve it on the rocks with no other ingredients. I'm going to taste it on ice, but then I'm going to have it with something. Optic Turkey, you have a red-tailed black cockatoo near your place. Extremely noisy when they arrive. Oh, cockatoos generally are extremely noisy. And the red-tailed black cockatoo is freaking huge when they're adults. Very noisy. Like, they can get much. What we get around here, not exactly here, but around here, we do get the sulfur-crested white cockatoos, and seasonally we get corellas, which kind of look like sulfur-crested cockatoos with no sulfur crest and black eyes. They have this weird skin around their eyes that makes them look like they've got black eyes. It's very weird. But the corellas aren't here all year around, but I think it's a migratory thing at a couple times in the year, and their migratory pattern get a lot of color. It's really funny seeing them in the park. They dig up the grass. I think they're eating the roots of the grass. And you'll get 2 dozen corellas just ripping the fuck out of the turf in the park. I'm sure it drives the parks people nuts. Whereas in certain times of the year, the magpies dig up the nature strips, the grass in the front of the houses. They're after grubs which are under there. And I remember, like on walks with Mrs. Angry's, seeing a couple of bits of nature strip where the magpies had just gone to town. It's like someone had been aerating the lawn because there's just all these little holes dug in it because they're getting these grubs which are just under the surface. So yeah, in my backyard, the only regular visitors are magpie, wattlebirds, pigeons, and minor birds. In the neighborhood generally, there are a lot of rainbow lorikeets. For some reason, they tend to not be in our backyard, but everywhere else, a lot of rainbow lorikeets. As I said, seasonally, like I said, sometimes corellas are here. At the moment, currawongs are about, who are like magpie cousins. They're not here all year round, but I noticed there's a few currawongs around at the moment. And hello, Greg, by the way. Nice to see you. And there are occasional rarer visitors. I've seen a honey eater of some description land out here at one point. Sometimes there are these tiny birds. I think they're an Australian native wren. They're tiny. Occasionally see a pair of them flitting around in the branches. So we get the very occasional visitors, but the regulars. I mean, I love my I've got a real soft spot for magpies. So yeah, I feed my magpie friend. Sometimes she comes right up to the back door saying, "Hey, oh no, she's out there." Not sure if you'll be able to see her. Is it? I'll get my big head out of the way. There's out in the backyard. That's Jessie the magpie. She's sitting on a feeder. It's not actually anything in it. She's just sitting there out of force of habit. So she's a regular visitor. I like it when she visits. Justin, having a grilled burger on your bed. Winning. What did I have for dinner? Sausage rolls. Bought it's like uncooked sausage rolls in puff pastry from the supermarket and put them in the. I know it's called an air fryer. Really, it's just a small convection oven. But sometimes simple things are yummy. And it was nice. I mean, again, sausage roll in puff pastry, hardly memorable, but yummy. Also, lots of tomato sauce, obviously. I don't usually use tomato sauce on things. I usually use barbecue sauce, but what was saying? Sausage rolls and pies, meat pies and sausage rolls, that's tomato sauce. Fix it, dude. I don't have a rotisserie in my little oven. It's actually a reasonably big one, but it doesn't have a rotisserie. Rotisserie would actually be pretty cool, but it doesn't have one. Don't think it's got a thing for anyway, it's got a couple shelves. It's good. Cook a lot of stuff in it. And I was looking at analysis that showed because it's less than half the size of the built-in oven, and when I cook stuff in the oven, it's hardly ever bigger than the little one. So it tends to pay for itself inside of 2 years at the most, just in energy savings, because you don't fire up the bigger oven when you don't need all that space. Optical Turkey used to love barbecue sauce. You discovered HP. You like HP sauce. I have not had HP sauce for ages. Maybe I should get some and try it again. Yeah, I like barbecue sauce, various barbecue sauces. Justin, you think as an adult, if you did a kid, parents are oh yeah, but that's the whole thing about being an adult, man. No rules. You can do whatever you want, except for the rules. Oh, Fix It too. Do you like Heinz smoky barbecue? Yeah, I've tried a few different ones. These Southern American style barbecue sauces. I just realized I should go and get my friggin' headgear. I might. Okay. Someone remind me, because I'll probably forget. Once it goes to Angry Bunch, so there's other people talking, I can disappear for a while. I should go and get my CPAP machine. Because it's probably going to be a late one. Don't want to disturb Mrs. Angry. I'll probably sleep on the lounge on my CPAP machine here. Also, I need to adjust it while I'm still relatively sober. I don't know if you can see, look, I'll take this off. Kind of red marks on my cheek. That's because I think I mentioned I got a chin strap now to stop me sleeping like this, which then makes a noise like a wind tunnel because of the CPAP machine blowing air up my nose and down my throat. And I think it works. I've had it for about a week. I think it works. But it's bulkier, and I hadn't adjusted my CPAP machine, which I put on the top. So it's too tight. So it's actually pressing here. These don't hurt, but it is marking my cheek, but it presses up under my nose. My nose is a bit sensitive. You can tell I don't do enough cocaine because my nose is really tender. Yeah, I need to adjust the fucking headgear. So I'll probably do that on stream just to show you how stupid I look when I sleep. Oh, nice. Fix it, dude. You got a Philips CPAP. I got a ResMed. Did I say hello, Chris? If I didn't say hello, Chris. Hello, Chris. Not even drinking the alcohol. And I'm not sure what I'm saying. So look out for the rest of the night. That's all I'm saying. Oh, yeah. Fix it, dude. ResMed, the best. Yeah, I went to a local place and they showed me all the things and we trialed a couple and we went, yep, going with this one. Optical Turkey, I think the answer to my overly sensitive nose is to toughen it up with much more cocaine. And given my current cocaine intake is 0, much more is a subjective term. Yeah. Hello, Kirsten and Celtic King. Fixitude, do you have an app that like I score my sleep? I have gamified my sleep, and so you see, say 100. I got 100% for my sleeping last night. Celtic King, I like the shirt too. This is one of the ones where a lot of the glasses are inexplicably upside down. These ones are right side up, and then the ones next to them. It's very weird. It's very weird design, but I just like it for the colors. But yeah, it scores you on how many hours did you use it, and I vary between 7 and 8.5 hours most nights. And then there's the seal. That's the thing I often fail to get 100% on. It's basically how well you have the mask on so it doesn't leak. I got 100% for it last night, but I only got 97 and 99%. Not a perfect score. Like I said, gamifying my sleep. Okay, look, I'm going to show you a chart. Oh, I nearly dropped my phone. Bar chart. Wait, I just hit the wrong freaking thing. Okay. Bar chart. Not that you can see the numbers, but you can see those are bigger and these like lower is better. That's when I got the chin strap. So you see the change? It was not terrible, but it was up here would be a terrible. And then I got the chin strap and I got a much better score. But then inexplicably, the last couple of nights I didn't. And my favorite is events. Events is how many times do I stop breathing per hour? And most nights, it's less than 2, even less than 1. Those are all around 2 or under. But there were some nights... Where is it? For some reason, there was a series of nights that were around 3-4 events per hour. So stopping breathing 3-4 times an hour, which might sound bad until you remember my sleep study. And yes, Fixitude, I did do a sleep study. My sleep study, I was over 30 events per hour. So Magic CPAP machine reduced the incidence of me not breathing by 90%. Oh shit, fix it. You had 63 events. I had like 35. You got bad headaches. I did snoring was my big thing. Kirsten, I have not done the tasting yet. I'm actually starting the night with an energy drink because, long night. But then I'm going to do a tasting. And interesting, on the bottle, the suggested signature serve is just on the rocks. which is how I'm going to compare original Mac with barrel-aged Mac on ice. But then I think I'll make, might make a version of a rusty nail and do it. Oh, nice. Fixitude, you have none. Well, like I said, on an average night, I have 1 or 2 events per hour. So, pretty good. Reducing the number of times you stop breathing by 90%. That Fixitude, that was not a belch. That was a tiny little genteel burp that snuck out. If I belch, you will know it. I sometimes like to build them up and see how many words I can say why I belch. You know, if one builds up, I'll let rip. See if I can say things like, welcome to my live stream. I reckon I can probably do that with a really good bunch. Welcome to my live stream. Oh, whenever I get around to having a tech support visit from Abigail, so I can do some Red Dead Redemption streams on there. I've been just messing around with Red Dead and not playing, like Arthur's being a murder hobo, just going from town to town, killing people. In the most recent, I'm trying to get the the highest bounty you can get in a region is $500. So I'm trying to get a $500 bounty everywhere just by killing a fuck ton of people. And I'm almost there. I was in the last one when I realized it was time for the live stream. Because I was bored, I got there and people were sassing me. So I sort of went up on this balcony, because the fun thing is to get to the point where people can only come at you from one direction. And then you can just fucking keep, like I've killed 50 or 60 people that way. Because they keep coming for you, but they can only come at you from one point. So you just sit there at rest going, here comes another one. Kapow. It's fun. But yeah, everyone in this town was sassing me, and I was out on this balcony where I reckon I could do it. And I got my rifle with a sight, and people go, hey, put that gun down. So then I just put them in the sights, and great AI in the game. They know when you've got pointing the gun straight at their head, and they go, ah, and run away. And I was just sassing the town folk back for a few minutes without shooting anyone, because they're saying, put that gun down. And then I'd point it at them, and they'd freak out. And eventually someone said I was disturbing the peace and went and reported me to the sheriff. And then I was wanted. So then motherfuckers started dying. And I mean, en masse. So, but then I realized this is a stream. So I came in here. But I've been fun. And I don't save these games, because there's a thing in the game called honor. And the badder you are, the lower your honor is. And even though you're an outlaw, you can have quite high honor, which is kind of cute. I like to do that. So I've been doing these murder sprees. I don't save them. I just do it for fun. Just go into town and fucking kill everyone. And don't save it. So when I'm playing on the streams, I'll have a higher honor rating. But I have been finding neat stuff. I've been finding a bunch of neat stuff to show on live streams. So there's like things I haven't saved, so it'll still be there. I just got to kind of remember where it was. Fixes you. There's the gross character who burped for a really long time in Revenge of the Nerds. Oh dear. Kirsten, am I going to lead you astray with your bottle ban? Maybe. I have to admit, when I saw, like, I'm on the Brookie's mailing list. When I got the one about the barrel-aged Mac, I'm like, getting that. Mac being one of my favorite liqueurs. It's one of a couple things that, like, if I was forced to cut, this 100 bottles back to about 10, like if there was some evil totalitarian regime, like, Dan Andrews, we all know he wants to do it. Yeah, if I had to reduce that collection to about 10 bottles, Mac would be one of them. It's actually an interesting proposition. If I had to cut it right back, what would I do? I mean, I'd probably cut back to just one of, even though whiskeys and gins and rums are all really different. If I was really forced to, I'd probably cut back to one of each, like one. It'd be hard to pick which one. One rum, one gin, one whiskey, one brandy, and then some mixes. So like a vermouth and a couple of liqueurs. Mac would be one of them. Want probably orange curacao and maybe another fruit liqueur or two. Something herbal, I suppose. I'd want something herbal, absinthe or green chartreuse. Look at me preparing for the totalitarian future when I'm only allowed to have 10 bottles in my collection. From my cold, dead hands. The drinkers' version of the National Rifle Association in the US, the National Alcoholics Association. Nah. Oh dear. Silly thoughts. So, yes. All right. Is there? No, sorry. I was looking at seconds. I thought it can't be 45 already. It's 20 minutes in. Okay. Well, that's probably time to do my tasting. Let's get the Mac out. And I'm going to start with some little tastes and take it from there. Just going to get some shot glasses. Maybe these two tasteful little numbers. I put a bit of ice in each of them. And that's the new Mac. Where's the classic Mac? No, here's the classic Mac. Okay. Ugh. So. All right. First difference. Bourbon barrel-aged Mac, way darker than classic Mac, which you would expect. They gave it a dark label, which is cute. Right. I haven't actually broken the seal. Where's the thing for... Last time I did this, it did the bamboo under the fingernail torture to me. No, got it this time. Neat little seal breaker. There we go. Right, I'm going to get ice because they said to drink it on the rocks. Got the doors open to get a breeze through, so the sliding doors knocking all over the place. All right, let's do the magic. Pop the cork for the first time. That's an interesting sound. Ooh. Straight off the nose, it's got almost coffee aroma, but wattle seed tends to do that a bit. And chocolate. It's like chocolate and coffee notes to me. Right. You know what? Fuck it. I'm filling that up. I'm having a proper slug of the new one. So on the nose, very similar but lighter. Which again, hardly surprising. So no one's commented in a while. Is everyone dead? Something gone wrong? I don't know. Okay. Chill it a little. So, classic Mac. It's really rich. Initially, it's like a honey flavor. And then it's like that macadamia and wattle seed comes through. Oh, Megalite plain grounded. Fix it to Jed Bundaberg Royal Liqueur. Chicory and coffee. Okay, cool. Just knowing I have not seen any Labour ad about retraining adults free TAFE. Used a photo of sumo performing surgery. No, friend of mine actually took them up on that. All right, first taste of the barrel-aged Mac. Definitely more chocolate notes than the classic Mac. And a little bit of coffee. Which is funny because that's not what's in it. That's just the flavors I pick up. I thought it might be different on the palate because it certainly smelled like coffee and chocolate. Tastes like coffee and chocolate too. So again, going to take a decent swig of the classic Mac now. I mean, my God, that tastes like honey. That's friggin' amazing. I really like this. Oh, it's like, yeah, it is like up front, it's like honey. Then you get that little bit of, not quite bitterness, but less sweetness from the wattle seed at the end. Oh, well, Justin, see, that's nice. I think Labor's thinking about the soon to be out of work Morrison. He'll be able to retrain under Labor policy. That's pretty kind of them. Except Morrison will be on a $500,000 pension for life because of the way things work in Australia. Where the Prime Minister is one of the highest paid heads of state in the world. It's fucking ridiculous, quite honestly. All right. Now, big slug of the barrel-aged Mac. Fucking hell, that's good. Like, it doesn't really taste like bourbon, even though it was aged in a bourbon barrel. But it's gone from like classic Mac to me is like this really nice light honey flavor. And this is just getting the really sort of deep molasses chocolate coffee flavors. Nobody, greetings and cell mutations. So in short, it's a winner. Fucking hell, that's good. Like, man, that would be good on ice. Just pour that on ice cream. And like I say, what they recommend for signature serve is just to have it on ice. Oh, they're not fucking wrong. Super easy to drink. What's the ABV? Probably about 20%. Oh, it's 30%. What's classic Mac? 23%. So higher ABV. And I just realized I don't know what I did with my phone, and Aidsy might message me. I should probably find. Oh no, Kirsten, you were hoping I wouldn't like it. Okay. So again, Kirsten is saying the big differences to me. Classic Mac is like it starts with like light honey flavors, and then the wattle seed comes through. Wattle seed and macadamia comes through. Barrel aged, really deep flavors, like molasses, chocolate, coffee, and it's just really smooth and freakishly drinkable. Again, slightly higher ABV. Well, actually, noticeably higher, I guess, would be more. 23 to 30% is a noticeable difference. What would they recommend? Easy Mac. Yeah, over ice. A rusty Mac. Yeah, half. I think I'm going to do a 50-50 this with a whiskey. I just have to decide which whiskey. And I'm going to get my phone just in case AIDSy's trying to reach me. Won't be long. Okay. Phone was not where I thought it would be. Where the photon? Oh, fucking hell! It's right next to me. I'm going to say, look, is Jessie the magpie still out there? Not feeding her anything till tomorrow. She's just hanging around being hopeful. God, how embarrassment that my phone was right here. Oh, that was embarrassing. Okay. Right. So, oh my God, maybe the Balcones, because that's got sort of mad coffee flavors in it. Ooh, or the, okay, I'm tossing up doing a 50-50 of this with either the Texas single malt from Balcones or the Starwood Octave Barrel. Aged in high-end wine casks. Quandary. Well, might get my drinking gear ready while I think about it. Okay, we'll put you there. Which one's this? Unexpected. That's twofold. But why is that one almost full? Well, it's twofold. I bought it not long ago. I picked up the Balcones. That probably answers that. I'm going to have Balcones just because I picked it up. And still a classy motherfucker. I'm going to have it in my classy new rocks glass with the etchings on it. Ooh, last of the big blocks of ice to fill this ice tray up. All right. Big old block of ice in my big old rocks glass. All right, where's my jigger at? You know what? I got a fucking cherry just because I can. Also, I think cherry will absorb some flavor, which will be nice. Do 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 do. Because I was really hoping I wouldn't like it. I get why you were hoping that, so you'd be less tempted. Let's do 45 mils of each. Because I'm feeling generous with myself. I'm always so nice to myself, really. And 45 mils of whiskey. Because I'm a stylish motherfucker. Oh man, the aroma coming off, that's amazing. That, again, yeah, those aromas complement each other so well. The coffee, dark chocolate sort of aromas. Do 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 do. All right, cherry just sits on the top then, till the ice melts a bit. Do 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 do. I was also thinking of the barrel-aged Mac with some barrel-aged gin. Ah, there you go. Got it to go in. So I want it to absorb some flavor. All right. Look at that. Oh, that's warm going down. Oh my god. Yep. No, those two complement each other. I'm probably going to miss that Balcones. I only bought that because it was literally a third off at Dan Murphy's because it's quite like I think the regular price is like $120 or something. And I suppose it was a quarter off. It was 30 something dollars. There's a quarter to a third off, and I thought, fuck it. I always wondered what that Texas whiskey was like. I'm going to get some because it's so cheap. Well, okay, not so cheap, so discounted. It wasn't cheap. I'm probably never getting it again unless it's ooh. I should post a photo to Steve the bartender. Because did something even happen if you didn't post it? Just got to set this up a bit. So, put the energy drink in the recycling. Got my glass. Got my glass. Okay. Take a picture in the portrait mood. That's got all right. Family photo. I will post that on the socials later. Just wanted to get the photo before I drunked all the drunk. Okay. Cool. Nobody, you're thinking how much you'd love a $300,000 pension? Oh, yeah, it's ridiculous. That's interesting, Justin, reading that Joyce called Morrison a hypocrite and a liar to Brittany Higgins. Well, there you go. Oh, no, Abigail's sense of loneliness and depression. I hope you get some camaraderie from us this evening. Because we live in unfortunate times. The last 2 years, let's be honest, feelings of loneliness and depression have been normal and rational reactions to everything. It's kind of like every time, like I see someone on socials and they're quite upset. And they go, I'm feeling this, I'm feeling that. And I said, look, okay, the good news is that's a perfectly rational way to feel at the moment because shit's fucked up, yo. We just got to slog our way through this bullshit that we're living in at the moment because it's a big bunch of bullshit. Hey, Aussie Gun Bunny, how you doing, man? Oh, nice. So nobody is coming back to Melbourne. Nice. Oh, okay. Abigail, strawberry syrup. Yeah. What beverages out of the alcoholic variety do you have at your disposal? Already, almost whatever you have, I've got a pretty strong idea in mind. But yes, if I know what you've got to mix it with, I shall make a proposition. How's it going? You're not doing a bad. Nice. Batch of dirty rice for the fam for dinner. Very nice. See, nobody, you're kind of like me. I got Moderna for my booster, although I had AstraZeneca for my first 2 shots. I was tired for about 2 days. Oh, and I remember showing off on the stream. I had a red spot at the injection site for about a week, and it was sensitive to the touch, but didn't really hurt it. But I was tired for about 2 days. Just needed like 2 good nights sleep to go over. Oh, Abigail, bottle shop over the road, some whiskey here. Honestly, whiskey was going to be my first dish. Like I was going to suggest with the strawberry syrup, a variation on an old fashioned. Your old fashioned is just whiskey sugar. I don't know if you have bitters. Bitters is a nice thing to have in the house if you don't have it. Yeah, so a standard old fashioned is just whiskey, sugar, and bitters. But you can play around with the sugar. I would use the strawberry syrup as the sugar. That's fine. I would literally just I do it like a couple shots of whiskey on ice, and just a little bit of the strawberry syrup, like a spoon or maybe 2 spoons of strawberry syrup as the sweetener. I don't know. Then maybe if you're feeling like turn it into a highball, like top it with soda. And yes, Aussie Gun Bunny, Abigail's looking for things to have with strawberry syrup. Right, oh, dude, did barrel rolls in a 747 on Microsoft Flight Simulator. Well, let's call the bloody FBI now, because we know who famously was learning how to do dodgy shit on a flight simulator. So, that's right, we were talking about Pizza Hut last night, weren't you? Last one closed. Second last all-you-can-eat Pizza Hut in Victoria. As said last night, I've not been to Pizza Hut in a long time. I used to work at Pizza Hut. So Aussie Gum Bunny's throwing out half nip Baileys, half nip Frangelico, teaspoon of syrup on top. That's like dessert. Yeah, Abigail, I think in a real simple one, 2 shots of whiskey, spoonfuls, not shots of syrup, just a small bit of the syrup, like 1 or 2 spoons of the syrup, like teaspoons. And if you don't feel like drinking that straight, top it with soda. I reckon that would be good. That's my call. So there was a real person whose name escapes you, barrel rolled an actual 727 or 707, pulled only 1 G, so it was safe. Aussie Company, I think Abigail would have to go out and buy both the Baileys and the Frangelico. Oh, man. Okay, so the barrel-aged Mac goes super well with whiskey. This is just a little treat here at about 40% alcohol, because the whiskey I'm using is like 50-something percent. And the barrel-aged Mac's 30%. So I might be doing the maths wrong, but I think that levels out at about 40%. Aussie Gummy, you're here. Oh, yeah, white spirit like tequila or vodka with crushed ice and syrup, yes. Yeah, but I just think whiskey lends itself really well to different sweeteners. Like, your classic old-fashioned is either sugar syrup or a sugar cube. You put some bitters and the whiskey, and it's that simple. But it's a lot of fun to experiment with different sugar syrups with whiskeys. I mean, to an extent, it's kind of what you're doing by using liqueur instead of a sugar syrup. You're just getting a different flavor in there. So you looked him up as Alvin M. Johnston, did a Boeing 707 barrel roll. I'm not sure what 1946 Thompson Trophy means. Is that when he did it in 1946 and got put in the Aviation Hall of Fame in 1993 for doing a fucking barrel roll in a 707? Jesus. That's it's like with someone who flies their plane under a bridge, which is discouraged because it's quite dangerous to all concerned. It's remarkable. Nobody's like not hard to find when you kind of know what you're looking for. The magic of search engines does tend to turn things up quite quickly. Oh, I think. Oh, okay. So the trophy, you think the trophy is called the 1946 Thompson Trophy? See, I don't know anything about aviation, but of course the 707 is far too modern for 1946. Planes were shit in 1946. I wasn't thinking. That's a thing that happens with me a lot, not thinking. Aussie gun money. See, again, as you say, you're saying this guy, whoever you're talking about, Peter Benson, he can fly through and around most things. Yes, there are pilots who can, but as what I said, it's discouraged because the act of someone doing it and making it look effortless tends to encourage people who are less skilled to do it, which is quite a risk for everyone concerned. Oh, right, that guy started the real Red Bull Air Race. Yeah, that would make a lot of fucking sense. Yes. No, the barrel roll is perfectly safe if he only pulled 1G on the aircraft. And I'm sure he, as a skilled pilot, knew how to do that, knew what was what. But of course, the plane's not built to do that. So you're applying an entirely different set of stresses to the plane by doing that. So there's obviously some risk of like the wings are just fucking breaking off. And as again, because the plane's categorically not designed to do that, it would require a particular skill to push the plane to do something it's definitely not designed to do. I love that now, buddy. Pretty sure there were words afterwards. But he knew what he was doing. So. Good-o, I guess. It's kind of like, yeah, all the test pilots and whatnot would just do absolutely wild shit because they had very little to no fear of dying, and they were adrenaline junkies, and they wanted to see what they could do. So Justin, the old World Trade Center was built to withstand a jet plane flying into it, not one as big as once a Okay, but it withstood the impact. It absolutely did. See, various tall buildings in Melbourne, like the Rialto, are built in a different way. If a plane hit the Rialto in Melbourne, the building would snap. It would break off on the impact because it's not designed to withstand it. The World Trade Center did withstand the impact, but what happened? The force of the impact weakened the building, and then because the planes were basically full of fuel, the intense heat of the burning weakened the structure. Like there's that old trope, jet fuel can't melt steel beams. The jet fuel did not melt steel beams. The already weakened structure was weakened further by the heat of the fire. It softened the steel beams just enough that the many thousands of tons of building above that point applied too much stress and it collapsed. Physics. Aussie company World War II pilots used to go hedge hopping. Went from being a bomber pilot to a tail gunner. Got demoted after his ground crew found wheat in his landing gear. So I assume we're saying hedge hopping. that was pilots fucking around, seeing how low they could fly. And as you say, getting wheat in the landing gear. Yeah. Oh, again, Jesus, World War II bombers just dealing with death every mission. Yeah, exactly. Optical turkey. Hot metal bends. Hardly complex. That's an interesting bit of science, Abigail. Concrete insulated the burning fuel. Broken water pipes reacted with aluminium in the plane, created a form of thermite. There you go. And there was also, because all the rubble from the buildings was taken off to a specific site, and a lot of forensic examination was done. Now, the steel beams were meant to be coated with an insulating material, so even in intense fire, the steel beams shouldn't buckle. The forensic examination shows they probably weren't coated properly, which was probably a cost-cutting measure, which again contributes. Love that optical turkey. Hot metal bends. That's why blacksmiths are a thing. Yes, true. Okay, so yeah, hedge hopping was fly as low as possible with landing gear down, hop over the stone fences, which again, the English countryside is full of hedges and stone fences. Nobody, commercial jets full of aluminium, which burns. Yes, well, aluminium is, magnesium's more common, but aluminium in some forms is actually used for fuses on bombs because it can burn. Aluminium's a weird metal. Just in the New World Trade Center, most difficult skyscraper ever built because of how strong they made the building. But they paranoid it was going to be a target. Oh, so yes, okay. I am being a bad influence on Kirsten tonight, who's on a self-imposed ban of buying any more bottles of things. Whew, that barrel-aged Mac is really good. So Abigail, after our conversation one night, did a deep dive, read some engineering reports, and found this. Coating on the steel beams was well and truly stripped away because a giant... There is that. The impact of the plane did strip away the coating on the beams, but I did see one report that said, I think it was difficult to be sure, because a big fuck off plane hit it, and then the building collapsed, which was, again, the forces involved in that many, I don't know, was it millions of tons collapsing like that? The forces involved in that are fucking mind-boggling. And yes, so I think with some of their forensic findings, they couldn't really be sure because of just the extremity of the situation. Big Pat, how you doing, man? Nice to see you on a Friday night. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm being a very bad influence on Kirsten because kind of every sip I have that they're just like, man, this Mac's really good. So Chris is saying fireproofing of the central column was drywall in a lot of places. Yeah, that's what I remember from this one report. They're just like, yeah, it was supposed to be completely fireproofed, and we think they skimped on it. It still weirds me out that one of the people behind the World Trade Center, it was either weeks or months before the attack, said publicly they're built to withstand the impact of a 747, and then they got impacted by 747s. But again, in his defense, they did withstand the impact. A lot of buildings would have collapsed instantly from the impact, but it was the impact that weakened the structure, and then this out-of-control fire weakened it further, and then physics took over. I suppose chemistry is involved too, really. So, Abigail, a university team ran massively detailed computer simulations of the crash, found a bunch of contributing factors. Oh, yeah. Oh my God. Imagine the engineers and the physicists and everyone looking. Man, apart from the horror of the whole thing, they must have been so into it. Come on, Chris. You reckon it just wasn't built that well, like most thing in the 70s? Yeah, there is that. And yes, Abigail's also saying construction of the building contributed to its demise as well. Decision to have wide open floor plans with huge central columns was a big one. Yeah, and it got weakened and crashed. Oh, I'm glad you are good today, Pat, by the way. I'm reasonably good as well. Aussie Company said it's 58747. No. Well, each building only got hit by one. And again, I'm saying, in his defense, the building withstood the impact. Many buildings would collapse exactly at the point of impact. It took time. Very freaky event, that. Very freaky. Ooh, Big Pat. Is the moon up? Are you turning into a werewolf, man? Is that what you're saying? Are you growing hair and claws? I knew it. I knew it all along. I knew you were a werewolf. It's not a full moon, though, is it? Still. I think werewolves saying only full moons turn them is werewolf propaganda, so we won't feel as nervous around them. Gonna have some water. Gonna have a good time. No, but one thing is kind of strange. Video clip: the man who allegedly owned the lease. He talked about pulling the building. Again, words taken out of context. Again, as you say, the tinfoilers are fucking idiots. They're like, oh, what about Building 7? What about Building 7? Several million tons of debris impacted it. Why the fuck do you think that building collapsed? Big Pat, I look new? Oh, yeah. Is that no to you being a werewolf? That's exactly what a werewolf would say. As if you're going to admit. I mean, got you dead to rights. Oh, yeah, no, buddy, I know you're not saying it's proof of anything. What I'm saying is they take shit out of context. Oh, yes, Justin, the bombing in 1983? But yeah, it was a van. Basically, someone drove a van loaded with explosives into the parking of one of the World Trade Center buildings, detonated it. Did kill a couple people. Didn't do any structural damage to the building. Yes, Dr. Abigail, we're werewolves, not swearwolves. Safra, I think it might have been Saudis again, actually. You know, they got caught, the people who did that, because it was a hired van, and the guy who hired the van wanted his money back, so he'd given the ID to the hire place. It was ridiculous. See, Big Pat, now you're denying it too much. It's like, that's what a werewolf would say. A werewolf would say they went over. Why are we talking about 9/11 again? I don't know. It's just a thing. You can never predict what we're going to do. Oh, so yeah, optical trigger. I thought the previous bombing was Al Qaeda as well. But anyway, it's one of those things that shows that most people willing to do these sorts of things are actually kind of stupid. Exactly, I was in Gumman. He said, no, not a werewolf. That means yes. No and not cancel each other out, and it becomes a yes, werewolf. Case closed. Case closed. Oh, God. Nettie, the shoe bomber, which was just the most ridiculous fucking shit, which is part of why you're still doing this ridiculous charade of security theater in most flights. That they don't make you take your shoes off anymore, I don't think, although I could be wrong. Americans are fucking weird. But that wasn't even a bomb. I forget what he had, some incendiary device. It's just pathetic. But yes, theater, the appearance of doing something, more important than doing something in many cases. All I'm saying, Pat, this knife, pure silver. Okay. You might think it's just a normal kitchen knife, pure silver. Don't mess with me, werewolf boy. No, but you have to take your shoes off going through metal detectors in airports. That's because they're steel toe. Okay, fair enough. God, I remember traveling to the US post 9/11. Jesus Christ, it was a pain in the ass. Fucking sucked. I love that optical turkey. You corrected your previous date, but didn't even worse typo. Murphy's Law. Oh my God. Aussie money. Things in the past 20 years since the artillery piece exploded at high range, injuring 6 guys you served with. Oh God, and you were 100 meters away. Oh, artillery, dude. Jesus. Some dangerous shit. 3 sleeps, and then you get Nettie cuddles nobody. That is exciting. That is exciting stuff. Okay, talking about Aussie government, talking about artillery, just reminds me of the story of the Battle of Long Tan in the Nam, and the movie they made of it recently is actually decent because I actually really like war movies when they're well done. There was one done, I don't know, a few years, 10 years ago about Kokoda, and it was fucking shit because they tried to be all arty and ridiculous. And it's like, dude, just tell the fucking story. It's an amazing story. Don't be a fucking wanker. And then the Long Tan movie came out a couple of years ago, and they just played it straight down the line. It's really good. But there's this one bit where the Australians were basically getting overrun by the VC, and they called it a strike basically on their position. And I watched a doco about it, and I feel like the movie actually underplayed it. The doco is like with surviving soldiers. One of them's like he's calling down drop on this because they trusted their artillery to be pinpoint accurate. American artillery, not so much, but the Australia, New Zealand artillery, they trusted to be pinpoint accurate. And they basically said, drop it here. And command said, that's too close. That will hit you. And the guy on the radio basically said, if you don't drop it there now, we're all dead. And so they dropped this artillery basically just in front of their own lines. And it actually worked. Pat, wrestling days, I might be a bad boy. At least I'm not a werewolf. Nobody trying to keep it secret. He's a big softie. Yeah. Yes, this was saying Aussie Bunny, Australian artillery could fire right on top of friendly troops with reasonable surety of not doing it. Yeah, but you would not trust Americans to fire artillery that close, as happened in, what was the one that Mel Gibson played, Hal Moore, We Were Soldiers, where they called it like we're being overrun, and some of the bombing runs actually hit their own troops. And it's like, whoops. Optical turkey. A werewolf? A werewolf. I see him. Okay. Ooh, 1 hour in. And I'm feeling slightly inebriated. I'm going to try the Mac with one of my barrel-aged gins. That's it. Broken Arrow. Broken Arrow means your line's been overrun, which it had been. Again, that's fascinating. That's the story. Again, like I said, I love war movies. We Were Soldiers is a really well done one. And Mel Gibson's playing a guy called Hal Moore, who was a real pragmatist and had a very strict code, which he didn't play politics, which makes for some interesting stuff in the movie. Yeah, the strategic struggle between Hal Moore and his comparatively small troop numbers and the VC commander and his huge troop numbers is incredible because Halmore has technology and artillery on his side, and the VC just have sheer numbers on their side. Like they massively outnumber the Americans. And the commanders are both exceedingly good strategists. And it's like they're each trying to predict what the other person's going to do because they work out that their opposite number is an extremely good strategist. And so they're trying to play chess with human lives, basically, trying to counter each other all the time. So Aussie got money. In Australian terms, broken arrow means all available fire support. Be it Navy, Air Force, or military. Rain hell from on high. Colourful. I love it. Okay. I'm going to put this whiskey back. Get one of my gins out. Actually, the ginger one, I think. Barrel-aged ginger beer. This is fucking 50% alcohol. Normally, the ginger beer is only 40%, but this is a limited edition that they bottled at 50%. All right, so I'm going to make the same drink, but with barrel-aged gin. Because I can, and nobody can stop me. Well, okay, several people could stop me, but they're choosing not to. All right. Oh. So now this should be lighter than with the Balcones whiskey, but we shall see. Maybe just going to drink this Mac all night. I got to finish the other bottle of Mac. Clear the shelf space. Do. Gonna stir it in the glass because I can. Why bother with a stirring glass? Oh, my cherry came off. I lost my cherry, as the saying goes. Aussie Gun Money, your favorite thing is is that a specific order? Expend all ammunition? That's as in the Star Trek, the recent young cast Star Trek movie. Eric Bana playing the bad guy Romulan Nero. At that critical point at the end when he realizes he's been out-strategized by the Enterprise, and he just screams, "Fire everything!" Which I just think is the best fucking command. Because you always, particularly in Star Trek, everyone's always being stoic and going, shields, torpedoes, phasers. And he just realizes he's horribly miscalculated and he's in terrible trouble. And he just screams, "Fire everything!" It's just like, yeah, dude, that's what you do. That's what you do when you're in the shit. You fire everything. All right, so this is a version of a rusty nail, but with gin. Oh my god, that's good. I mean, you have to really like boozy drinks to like this. I like boozy drinks. Good. Holy shit! So Aussie Gun Bunny on that order, you fired 2,000 artillery shells, but from 6 guns in 20 minutes. Jesus Christ, that's big boom boom at that point. Wasn't that joke Robin Williams did in Good Morning Vietnam, where he's pretending he's got call-ins from different soldiers, and one guy's going, "Hi, my name's Hal. I'm in artillery." You go, "Hey, Hal, what can I play for you?" "I don't care, play anything, but just play it loud." Because if you're in artillery, it's a bit harsh. Good question. Optical turkey. Is it a tetanus now? So a rusty nail is Scotch and Drambuie traditionally. So you basically variations of that are any whiskey and a liqueur. So I had a version of it with the Texas whiskey and so a barrel aged gin and a barrel aged liqueur. A rusty barrel? I don't know. Abigail, you like Good Morning Vietnam? It's pretty funny. Oh, fuck off, Microsoft. Jesus, I'm getting pop-ups. Aussie Gun Bunny, your sister battery fucked up, fired 1 kilometer off target, so you took all their ammo. Oh, God. Oh, okay, that's really good. And it's like the ginger character of the ginger gin is coming through. Oofed, that is good. Now, that's like a dessert now. The ginger and the whiskey notes and the chocolatey notes from the Mac. That's like a really boozy dessert. All right, let's talk. Like I said, I like war movies. I even like Black Hawk Down. And what a thing in common that I liked about Black Hawk Down and We Were Soldiers is they're both based on actual conflicts, and both conflicts went fucking tits up. Like shit went really wrong, for the good guys, the Americans. And so the build up to that, I just find like the tension, like actually knowing this shit's going to turn really bad, and you're just getting a slow build up to critical moment, and then all hell breaks loose. Nobody, fucking Microsoft. Yeah, no, making US to take more off you, nag you to buy it. Yeah, no. After the shit I had with Microsoft when Abigail upgraded my computer, and because it had a new motherboard, they're going like, I don't think you've got a legitimate version of Windows. And you look it up online, Microsoft fucking know this problem. Someone with a legit version of Windows changes their motherboard, and then it's, I don't think this is legit. They know it happens. They know it's their fault, and they're still cunts about it. Now, fuck them. Also, bit of trivia, Abigail. My 2 weeks off at the start of January was going through some boxes and cleaning stuff out and throwing out some junk. I think I found the disk for the version of Windows on my. So next time that shit happens, I think I have the right serial number to just tell it to shut the fuck up. So there we go. Little bit of trivia. Oh yeah, also going through some boxes, I found some old photos of me as well, which is fine. Dr. Abigail's not a problem. They've designed it. Yeah, no, they have. But that's the thing. They know it's their fault. They know they've done it. They know they are fucking over legitimate users. They know exactly how and why it happens. As you say, they've designed it that way, and they refuse to take any responsibility. Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them. Not in a nice way, is all I'm saying. Wow. Okay. That's really good. Now, I just want to keep finding things to put Mac in. I know what to do. I'm going to go to one of the cocktail sites that lets you just plug in ingredients. And it's Bacardi's birthday today. There you go. I was going to say shitty, but no, just the mainstream Bacardi's kind of shit. Bacardi actually makes some good rums. Okay, cocktails by ingredient, by liqueur. Suppose we want amaretto. Yeah, what do they think is a good amaretto cocktail? And I just substitute Mac. Yeah, old-fashioned. I've been doing that. Mai Tai. Oh, maybe I'll make a Mai Tai. I just check what's Difford's recipe for a Mai Tai. Oh, a sour. Oh, fuck yeah. I should do a Morgenthaler Sour, but with Mac. Oh, fuck me. That would be good. Yes. Oh, a Morgenthaler Amaretto Sour. That's coming up. That is in my future. God damn. Okay, so I fucking found a bunch. Okay. What's his Mai Tai recipe? Rum, orange curacao, lime, orgeat, just a teeny bit of amaretto. Wow, so many ingredients. Falernum, creme de menthe, absinthe, and saline. Morgenthaler's Amaretto Sour, amaretto, whiskey, lemon, sugar, egg white. I might do that too. What's a Brooklyn Godfather? Whiskey, amaretto, vermouth. Oof, that sounds pretty good. Brooklyn Godfather. Man, I might make that. So many drinks. So nobody, as far as you know, only license belongs to one set of hardware except for Australian consumer law. Australian consumer law means you can change hardware, other places can fuck you over. But Microsoft just fuck you over no matter what. It's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking criminal. It's fucking criminal, Microsoft doing it. It's like, okay, I paid for a license. I changed some of my hardware, you fucking pieces of shit. And they know it's their fault, and they don't fucking care. As Abigail said, they designed it that way because they're pieces of shit. And it's just like, man, virtually no one pirates Windows anymore. But they do shit like this that makes you do pirate shit in response. Man, fuck Microsoft, honestly. Again, it's not as bad as like the 90s or the early 2000s where Microsoft were just psychopathic, monopolistic bullies that were just destroying companies left, right, and center. They don't really have that power anymore. But they were incredibly abusive in the 90s and early 2000s. And at least they don't have the power to do that anymore. Because again, people who come up with good products get legitimately bought out by Google or Facebook or Apple. So Microsoft can't do their bullshit anymore, not least because they were criminally prosecuted multiple times for doing it. But they're still assholes in general. Oh God, Cypher, that's a throwback. Windows XP activation. Oh yeah, Optical Turkey. There's a reason Microsoft were hated because they were fucking evil. They were fucking evil. They indulged in open criminal behavior. They were successfully prosecuted for it multiple times. Rather than competing in the marketplace, they fucking they just used criminal monopoly leverage to destroy opposition. So we got comments. I think I'll post my picture again. I wrote 2 scripts today for my cocktail channel. I haven't shot either of them. I'm going to have to shoot one tomorrow to have enough time to have it live for Monday. Doing a Pisco Sour Pornstar Martini mashup. So if I change default browser, to log into different accounts, I use all the browsers. I use Chrome and Edge and Firefox because I'm logged into different accounts, like particularly YouTube. It's not particularly, it's YouTube. I'm logged into different YouTube accounts on Chrome and Firefox and Edge. Oh, Kirsten, you fell asleep. I thought you'd gone quiet. I've been making variations of a rusty nail with the Mac, and I made one with Balcones Texas single malt because it has the same notes. Like on the nose, it's like dark chocolate coffee molasses type, like even like burnt toffee kind of flavors, which I think the Mac has. And oof, 50-50 Balcones single malt and Mac is good. This one is 50-50 Tiny Bear Barrel Aged Ginger Bear and Barrel Aged Mac. It's also really good. Oh, we're talking about Zuck losing money. Why Meta lost so much money? Again, they didn't lose money. The value is imaginary. The value is absolutely imaginary. It isn't real. And that's not often like, but it is controlling wealth and power. Like when we talk about, Jeff Bezos has $1 trillion. No, he doesn't. He has at his disposal, no doubt at all, hundreds of millions of dollars, which is way too much money. But the wealth of these billionaires is mostly imaginary and tied up in share prices of their companies, and people going, yeah, I think the shares are worth that. If people ever stop thinking the shares are worth that, then on paper those people end up worth much less, which is what happened with Meta and Mark Zuckerberg. Oh God, Kirsten, husband's accusing you of having COVID. Is that because you're sleepy? I hope you don't have COVID. Yes, exactly. Optical turkey. It's imaginary. The value of all the people we regard as billionaires is tied up in theoretical future earnings of their companies and things they're invested in, not actual true value that exists today. And even the value today is also, let's be honest, imaginary. Money is imaginary. Money is not real. Money is not worth anything. Money is only of value because everyone agrees it is of value. I love the term William Gibson invented for cyberspace in his early cyberpunk novels. It's a consensual hallucination, but so much of our existence is governed by consensual hallucinations, not least money. Money is meaningless, and you can only use money because everyone agrees you can use money. So, of course, husband is saying it with a mixture of concern and accusation. Oh, dear. Look, Dr. Abigail, good question. Let's look it up. Why did Meta lose value? How much? Okay, 26% is ridiculous. Erasing more than 300 billion Australian in market value, largest one-day drop in history, taking 40 billion off the personal wealth of founder Mark Zuckerberg. Worst one-day loss ever. Let's see. Stock price sunk, affected the market. Why did Meta plunge? Sank after forecasting revenue that was well below analysts' expectations for the current quarter. Reported a rare decline in profit due to a sharp increase in expenses. So again, exactly as Optical Turkey was saying before, the value was completely imaginary based on people's imagining of future earnings. And then they did a report that said, we're not going to earn as much as you think we're going to earn. And so the market went, ah! But that is a truly phenomenal drop in market value. Like a quarter of the imaginary value. That's fucking wild. to lose a quarter of your imaginary value overnight is fucking wild. Again, it is a coin toss as to what is the most evil company in the world at the moment and who is the most fucked CEO. But Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg are front runners. Zuckerberg has had it explained to him explicitly how his platform is causing death and destruction around the world. And he doesn't fucking care. He's going, yeah, but if I did something about that, would that have a negative impact on profits? And people go, well, yeah. He goes, oh, okay, well, I'm not going to do anything then. I don't want a negative impact on profits. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, Facebook has been instrumental in multiple ethnic cleansings around the world. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's like he gets all profit but takes no responsibility for damage caused. Optical Turkey, the front runners for most evil and most fucked, it is probably a coin toss between Zuckerberg, Bezos, and Murdoch for different reasons. Murdoch's just a horrible, aggressively destructive person who's used his media to cause havoc for decades. Bezos is just a ruthless exploiter who's amassed massive wealth while cruelly and brutally exploiting workers around the world. He should be in prison. Zuckerberg is just responsible for untold misery and does nothing about it because it might affect his bottom line. Oh, nobody. Murdoch's death would be a net gain for the world. A tiny but meaningful net gain for the world because the News Corp empire would continue to be shit because his offspring are shit and the people running News Corp are shit. But Murdoch's death, and I can't believe he's not dead already. He's looked dead for the last 10 years. I think they've been doing some Weekend at Bernie's shit for the last 10 years. Murdoch's death would be a net gain for the world, quite honestly. So you're not advocating murder. I always think of that thing in The Simpsons where Bart and Lisa are fighting and one of them says, I'm not hitting you, but I'm just punching the air. And if you happen to occupy the space where I'm punching, that's your fault. And Lisa goes, yeah, well, I'm not doing anything to you. I'm just kicking the air. And if you're in where I'm kicking, that's your fault. And they run into each other and start fighting. It's with people like Murdoch. I'm kind of like, yeah, I got my sharp knife and I'm just stabbing the air. And if you end up occupying the space where my knife is flying around, that's your fault. Except he would be tied in a chair while I was saying that. Optical Turkey, you hope Murdoch will collapse, Rupert ties because his sons are useless fuckwits. Maybe, I don't know. There are a lot of really fucked evil people in the Murdoch empire. It might not get any better. It might get worse. Hard to tell. Very hard to tell. But yeah, just as an observation. Again, he's past due to just fucking die of decrepitude. It would be a net gain for humanity when he dies. Natural causes. I'm not advocating anyone murder him because I'm just amazed he's not already dead from natural causes. Quite honestly, be some poetic justice if he died from COVID, given the amount of COVID misinformation his fucking shithouse media outlets are responsible for. Oh yeah, sorry for the phone hacking scandals messed up, but that's just minor. The damage his media empire has done around the world for decades is fucked. Yeah, I like that. Nobody. Murdoch lives because the devil looks after his own. I almost feel like the devil would be just be going, fuck, he's nothing to do with me. Why? No, he's his own thing. Just fucking. Ugh. Okay, here's a fun one I remember because I was actually raised Catholic, and my mum was a believer the whole time, and she was sweet, so I never want to say bad things to my mum. But I remember way back, 80s or early 90s, Kerry Packer had a massive heart attack. I think it was at a public place when it was. He died, but he was resuscitated and he survived for quite a long time after that. And I remember him being interviewed about dying, and he said, oh, do you want the bad news? There's no heaven. I wasn't in heaven when I died. Good news is there's no hell either. And that really upset my mum when he said that. And I wasn't a believer at the time. You want my mum to be upset. So Kerry Packer go, oh, there's no heaven. And I forget what she said, but she wasn't happy with him. And I just said, yeah, okay. The fact Kerry Packer didn't see heaven when he died doesn't preclude the existence of heaven, because there's no definition of heaven I've ever heard that Kerry Packer would get to enter when he died. So maybe he was just cast into limbo. Who knows? I just said that to cheer my mum up. I mean, I'm not a believer in those sorts of things myself. Yes, Annette. He had the ambulance that was there had a defibrillator, and when they told him, "Oh yeah, you died," and there's a defib that kept you alive, and then he found out that not all ambulances had those defibrillators, he actually made a donation to the ambulance service that made sure every ambulance had a defib unit in it, which is interesting. Optical Turkey says, like when the KKK distanced themselves from the Westboro Baptist Church because they thought it was bad publicity. Yep, that's pretty funny. It's like, okay, yes, okay, we're all about race war and oppressing non-white minorities, but Jesus, fuck those guys. Those guys are bad. Safa, I don't know how long it was till he was resuscitated. Oh, nobody. We have actually had that discussion before about hell being in abusive scripture, but yeah, I forget when. I would love to find some good texts that explained both the non-fiction and fictional development of the concepts of hell and the devil and demons over the years. Because I know if you actually read scripture, it doesn't really talk about the devil and hell and that sort of stuff. But it worked its way certainly into Western Christian culture. I don't know how long ago, but because there are so many devils and demons, I would love to find a good text that said, okay, the first reference to the devil was here. The first reference to Satan was here. The first reference to Mephistopheles was here. First reference to Asmodeus was here. First reference to Beelzebub was here. First reference to Baphomet was here. And actually track and interconnect all those things and go, of the various mythologies and fictions that have developed over 1,000 years or so. I would love if there was a good text that showed you when these things were invented and how they relate to one another, and which one is the devil, if any of them. Because my understanding is Satan is the devil and all the other ones are lesser devils or demons. But I'm also not sure. So I'd love if there was a text I could find that basically had the history. So nobody's saying Har-Satan is the name in scripture. Many of the references to Satan, Satan literally means the accuser. Yeah, and there's the adversary. I think the adversary is referred to at some point. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying you won't get it from Christian scripture, but it was progressively invented over the intervening years. So I'd love, and again, the perfect text to me would be something that compared the doctrine of various churches and fiction. Safa, there was no devil in the Adam and Eve story. There was a serpent in the garden. A lot of people take that to mean the devil. And nobody says how Satan actually appears in Job. Job's a fictional story to illustrate a point. Yes, that's another one. Lucifer. I forgot Lucifer, the morning star. Best and brightest of the angels in heaven, but who rebelled against God because he thought God's actions were unjust. And he was cast out when the rebellion failed and he ran hell. So yes, okay, Lucifer and Satan, I think, are the same character, but I could be. And this is why I'd like if there was a text that somebody had researched the whole history of these characters and was able to trace an alphabet. Yes, Annette, the Lightbringer. Yes, Lucifer was first and foremost of the heavenly host, God's favorite. And yes, that Lucifer TV show is inspired by how Neil Gaiman developed the character of Lucifer in the Sandman comics. Lucifer closed hell in that, gave Dream, the Sandman, the keys to the gate of hell, and just walked away from his responsibilities. And in the comic, he opened a piano bar in Los Angeles. In the TV show, he opens a nightclub, which is slightly different. So Annette, the morning stars, also Venus and Aphrodite. There you go. But yes, the Lucifer TV show was pretty fun, where he ends up solving crime with a police detective. It's fucking hilarious. Because his job is to punish people. Yes, Annette, I think you're right. Gaiman's Lucifer Morningstar, very much inspired by David Bowie. Although they are making a Sandman TV show finally, which I think season 1 might air next year. I don't think it's going to air this year. They started shooting it last year. But Lucifer is played, oh God, by what's her name? Who's Brienne of Tarth in Game of Thrones. And if you know the comics, she is excellent casting. Tall and blonde with beautiful features, is exactly how Gaiman portrayed Lucifer in the game. She's going to be a really good Lucifer. The casting I've seen so far, they look pretty goddamn amazing. I'm not familiar with many of them, but I've seen some sort of test footage of the guy who's playing Dream, the Sandman, and he's got the cheekbones and everything. He's pretty good. But yeah, I am well looking forward to this TV show. It's been like 30 years since the comics came out. Yes, that's the perfect description of her, Annette. She's a glamazon. She's freaking amazing. And she will be an extremely good Lucifer, I think. Just because she has a regal bearing as well. Because what is she? She's 6 foot something. Gwendolyn, that's her. Gwendolyn Christie. 6'3". This just imposing blonde goddess, 6'3". She's amazing. So nobody, the idea of a demonic being is a misuse of scripture. Oh no, you're absolutely right. And I remember my Catholic school wasn't really into loony doctrine. They were like literature, and you'd get like my local parish priest was Irish Catholic, and he's just going like, now all these portrayals of heaven and hell are rubbish. What Scripture really tells us is, the punishment for sin is being, denied being in God's presence. Safa, yeah, Captain Phasma was kind of wasted, but kind of okay. Nettie, you reckon she could be the new Tilda Swinton? Yeah, Tilda's much more diminutive, I think, but Tilda Swinton is without doubt a legend. Oh, sorry. I should have. Oh my God, it's almost 10. I should have done Angry Bunch. I'm going to disappear for a minute and get my CPAP machine. And in fact, I'll do an adjustment of it on the stream because it looks stupid. But so amuse yourself for like 60 seconds while I go get it. All right, I'm coming back now. Jeez, what's it doing? It's supposed to be a doorstop, little mouse. Anyway, CPAP machine. Okay. So that took slightly longer because I paused to tell Mrs. Angry how amazing the Mac was. Right. Okay, here we are. Yes, and it's a good thing she's a regal blonde androgyne. Yes, she's pretty good. Oh yes, Kirsten, that's right. She was in Top of the Lake, wasn't she? Yes. She's like a 6'3" Tilda. I think that's a reasonable call. She's like a 6'3" Tilda Swinton. Now I need to how tall? Because I don't think Tilda Swinton's very tall. Tilda Swinton. How tall is Tilda? Yeah, she's okay. She's 5'10". 61. Okay, so Tilda Swinton's taller than me. Not saying I want either of them to dominate me, but I'm not saying it either. Okay, so for your amusement, my fucking stupid headgear, because I need to do this adjustment. Oh God, it's all Velcro. All these things are all Velcro. They're not sticking to one another now. Stop it. Bad machine. Okay, so this is my chin strap. So where are we? Okay, that's the top. So this is a bit that sits under my chin. Comes apart at the top. And this bit's to hold it on my head. Annette, I did not know that Tilda and Bowie were cousins. Okay, so I do this. This is I'm going to say, and I attach that. So, okay. I've got a stupid shaped head, quite honestly. So it's like, is to stop my mouth opening when I'm asleep. But I can, when I'm conscious, I can still move my mouth. So then I put this thing on the back to hold it on. So, okay. So that's my chin strap. And I already look pretty fucking stupid. Now, the headgear, I have to loosen this a little because it's too tight. Oh, shit. No one, that one was way up. Okay. So I got to get this over my head as well. So when I go to sleep, this goes on over the back, and I'm going down. Oh shit! This is crazy. Come on, get your shit together. I get over the back. That's at the top, and this goes under. Oh, my glasses! I was wondering why is it so difficult? It's because I got my glasses on. I can't put it on when I've got my fucking glasses on. Okay, so. Okay, that's better. I've adjusted it now. The chin strap, it's kind of comfortable. It's comfortable, but when I don't have it on, I can feel the pressure from it. So this is what I look like when I sleep. Sexy or what? This looks so stupid. All right, but I've adjusted my headgear, so that's good. Okay, now I've got to take it off. Ugh. Take that off. Take this off. And we're good. Depends how drunk I am when I finish the live stream, how difficult that's going to be to put on. Oh. Okay. Where did I put my glasses? Over here. So, yeah, after a long night of having the chin strap on, okay, it's not like a bruise, but I can feel the pressure it's had there. But you can see, it's just meant to stop me from sleeping in a slack-jawed way, stop me from going in my sleep. But as you can see, I can talk with it on. When I'm conscious, I can drink and I can talk. But the idea is when I'm asleep, it sort of keeps things. Although Mrs. Angry thinks I might have had like stretching my lips apart a little bit and a little bit of was covering her mouth. But that's not as bad as when you were sleep like I don't know, it's like a wind tunnel coming at you. So I can't really sleep like with that on. Oh wow, our first one of Safa's cousins, spam bots. And yes, Safa, I still hold you personally responsible for the Russian spam bots. Where's Big Pat? I haven't accused him of being a werewolf for a while. I'm accusing Safa of being a Russian agent. Big Pat, I need him to come back so I can accuse him of being a fucking werewolf again. Justin, you prefer to go to boot camp and lose weight and wear that ever? It's not that uncomfortable to wear. And I lost some weight in the last year. I need to lose more. I have some strategies. I kind of stalled in my weight loss. Micro, stepping in real quick. Are you off to work or something? So for what time zone are the bots in? I assume they're in a Russian time zone, man, because they're very Russian. Ugh. You stayed at work because roads are ice. God damn, that sounds bad. Yeah. No, but you wonder whoever has the spam bot strip and lame. Well, they're not going to make any money. They're the worst spam bots ever. Nettie, I have not heard from AZ for a couple of days. He's having a very stressful time because of the crazy person he told us about when he was on the other day. But because I haven't heard from him, I don't expect to see him tonight. But he's a bundle of surprises, so you never know. That's why I made sure to have my phone here in case he contacted me. Micro, he's okay-ish. He's having health issues that even by his standards are not great, but he's got weird issues with someone in the apartment building he looks after just being an absolute fucking freak show. Threatens him and does weird shit and makes everyone uncomfortable. So there's a lot of stress in AZ's life at the moment. Nobody, he'd probably appreciate a catch up, yeah. So, Micro, where you are, it's 21 Fahrenheit feels like 12 Fahrenheit. So that's in freedom units. I think that's sub-zero. I think that's below freezing. Where's my converter? Fuel weight settings, temp. So Fahrenheit. Okay, I don't even fucking Fahrenheit. 21. No. Okay, I don't know how this fucking app works, quite honestly. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, I just fucking worked out how it works. Okay. So, Jesus. $21. Okay, so -6 Celsius. Okay. Fucking stupid app, seriously. Don't use it very often. And yes, Justin AZ's life is a horror story sometimes. Oh shit, optical. Yeah, that's right. You're getting a heat wave, aren't you? 32 Celsius at 7 p.m. We have a couple of cool days. We're getting back to much warmer temperatures in the next week, 29, 30 plus. Gosh darn. Oh, Michael, no, you just told me. I just wanted my app to work, man. I had to get a new conversion app, and I don't use it very often, and so I don't know how it works. I just kind of worked out how it worked there. I should drink a little more water, because then I want to drink some more booze, because it's Friday night. And in fact, I should be angry bunching it. I don't know if no one's mentioned it. I don't know if anyone's up for it. Okay. If anyone's up for it, I will put the link in there. That's the link for Angry Bunch. So there you go. Ugh. All right, have a go. You'll be up for it shortly. That's good. That's why I thought I just put it out there to get the idea in people's heads. What are you doing, Mimsy? Just spotting. Look, okay, well, look at this fucking cat. Look what this fucking cat's doing. Look at her. No, she's not doing it now. Her cheeky little paw was trying to open the pantry. Yeah, no, she knows I'm onto her. She knows I'm onto her. She was cheeky trying to get into the pantry. Cheeky bloody cat. Nobody, you're half asleep. That's okay, man. It's never a requirement. It's never anything pushed upon anyone. It's literally just if you're in the mood, if you're up for it. I was thinking after I finish this, what do I need to do is go to Luke. Michael, you got to go. Unless YouTube's okay with the widest ass on a live stream, gonna go do that. No, dude, you do what you have to do, man. You do what you have to do. We'll see you another time. But thank you. I love it when it's like people drop in saying, oh, I can't say long, I just need to say hello. Sorry. It's like the fact that you took the opportunity to have a little drop in and say hello. I love it. I really appreciate it. Now I've got the hiccups. Good damn. Stop it, hiccups. Ugh. Drink a little bit more water. That might make the hiccups go away. Actually, it feels like the hiccups is gone. I shouldn't say that. I'm like cursing myself. Like, oh, the hiccups are gone. Then I'm just going to get really uncontrolled hiccups. So, yeah, Micro, I think there's, You're having a shower live stream. It's like hot tub live streams can be a bit tenuous. Kirsten, you're going to go to bed feeling bad. I completely understand. Big week for you, I'm sure. So why was Morrison washing a woman's hair? That's called a photo op. It means he's in campaign mode for the impending federal election. Look, I'm a man of the people. I get out there and hairdressers, they're just normal people. It's just like, Scotty from photo ops. Fuck that guy. Nobody is like a few of us are really run down. Who knows? I'm kind of feeling okay. I'm only 2 hours in. We'll see. We'll see how tonight goes. Like I say, when I'm feeling incredibly robust, we tend to go through to 2 a.m. No guarantees, no promises. Anything could happen. So I'm just going to drink a little bit of water. Wasser. And we just take it as it comes. It's like the last thing I ever want is for anyone to feel a sense of obligation. Everyone's got their own shit going on. And yes, nobody. I also hope the country throws that fuck knuckles party out next election. Them winning, does it scare? It just depresses. I don't think it even scares me. It just fucking depresses me. It's like, because if they win next election, I'm just going to have to give up on humanity. Just fucking give up. Justin, I refuse to fucking feel hopeful. I fucking refuse to feel hopeful. If there's any decency in the world, the LNP will cop a fucking caning at the next federal election. But I don't hold out an enormous amount of hope for decency in the world. Abigail, politicians have glass cabinets in their offices containing high-vis vests, signs saying in case of an election break glass. Absolutely. And so I think you might be right. A lot of traditional LNP voters are thinking not. But if they're stupid enough to say, I'm going to vote for Clive Palmer in a fucking protest vote, that's just voting for the LNP. That is Clive Palmer's fuckery is just a scam to trick gullible people who are feeling hard done by the LNP. I'm not voting LNP. Yeah, you are. If you vote for Clive Palmer, like the last election, no one standing on Clive Palmer's ticket is going to win. Their preferences will go straight to the LNP. If you vote for Clive Palmer, you're voting for the LNP. And if you're okay with that, that's fine. So, but be conscious of it, okay? Don't think if you're voting for Clive Palmer, you're voting against the LNP. If you vote for Clive Palmer, you are categorically voting for the LNP. Clive Palmer's ridiculous fucking bullshit about you can't trust the major parties is just a fucking lie. Again, anyone who votes for Clive Palmer, I think, is a fucking moron. On the bright side, I have a higher opinion of you than Clive Palmer does, because Clive Palmer is doing a premeditated con job on these people. Clive Palmer is deliberately seeking out people who are fucking stupid. So, yeah, if anyone is going, I'm voting for Clive Palmer, how dare you say I'm stupid? I go, look, on the bright side, I have a higher opinion of you than Clive Palmer, because Clive Palmer just holds you in absolute contempt. Nobody think Labor should withhold bigger policies and go with platitudes. I think that's what they're doing, man. I think that's what they're doing. Sava, you use Wikipedia on election day to know about parties and politicians. Take 30 minutes. Fucking thumbs up to you, man. Thumbs up to you for taking the time to know who's actually standing, because very few people do. And yes, Optical Turkey, I think everyone's sick of Clive Palmer ads. They're just such blatant lies. It's just ridiculous. Palmer wishes he was strong. And that is the most pathetic thing ever, to be a third-rate, pathetic imitation Trump on the other side of the planet. It's just how sad and fucking pathetic Clive Palmer is. The one thing Trump and Palmer have in common is they both have absolute contempt for the people who vote for them. And I always think that's hilarious. Like, Trump supporters, Palmer supporters, these various fuckwits get upset at me talking shit about them all the time. It's like, dude, I don't hate you as much as the person you're voting for. The person you're voting for thinks you're fucking scum. At least I'm not lying to you. I'm not lying to you. Nobody, we want Clive Palmer to die of COVID. There are various people I want to get so seriously ill from COVID, they have to dip out of public life, particularly when they have essentially been COVID deniers, when they've essentially been like, oh, don't have precautions. No, just let people die. Fuck them. Justin, you think it's a good thing Labor didn't win the last election? COVID, lines about debt and deficit. Oh, please, dude, that is so naive. The lines about debt and deficit the Liberals use can't be used now. Just fucking wait. The Murdoch media will slavishly say the LNP are the good economic managers and Labor are bad. They will shamelessly continue with that lie, and a disturbing chunk of the population will eat it up. The idea that the LNP and the Murdoch media can't use particular lines in the election just because they're not true, I'm sorry, the lack of truth doesn't bother them at fucking all. Oh, God, yes, nobody. Craig Kelly needs COVID, absolutely. Craig Kelly absolutely needs to get hella fucking sick from COVID. I want them to get long COVID, basically. I want them to be incapacitated from a couple of years to forever. Bum Fungus on Twitch. How you doing, bro? We've been chill. It's actually 2 hours in. Fairly chill. For a Friday night party night, it's been fairly chill so far. But, early days. I have no idea how long it's going to go tonight. We'll see. Hey, speaking of we'll see. Oh, look, dude, what have I been drinking? Dude, I just fucking got delivered today. Okay. One of my favorite liqueurs is Mac. It's made in Cape Byron Distillery in New South Wales, Brookies. It's a macadamia and wattle seed liqueur. It's freaking awesome. I got an email from them saying, hey, look, we've done a limited edition bourbon barrel aged Mac. So I ordered it straight away and it arrived today. It's fucking killer. I had it straight on ice. I had it with whiskey. I had it with barrel aged gin. I'm going to make another drink with it soon. The theme of tonight, barrel aged Mac. It fucking rocks. Alexander Dale, hello, sir. Okay, speaking of drinking, I'm going to go to the loo, but I'm going to. Okay, I don't need that. I'll bring up YouTube. I'm going to play you. This is like a 4-minute video while I go to the loo. My most recent Angry Cocktails video. So to entertain you while I go to the loo, I'll share my screen, share the audio, and I just need someone to confirm for me that the audio's working. Can I play this? It should work. G'day, cocktail lover. What can I get? Someone tell me if the audio is working. Do you ever make themed cocktails? I always make themed cocktails. Well, it's the anniversary of the plane crash that killed Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, and the Big Popper. Could you make a drink built around that idea? Who was your favourite of the three? Let me guess. The glasses. I'm seeing a Buddy Holly fan. So could you make me a Buddy Holly cocktail? That'll be the day. A bartender who used to work here made a Buddy Holly cocktail. Can you make that one for me? It was just a glass filled with crickets, and then he garnished it with a holly decoration from a Christmas tree. He doesn't work here anymore. I think I'd like a cocktail with less crickets. I think you mean to say fewer crickets. To be honest, I mean a cocktail with no crickets. Well, let's use Don McLean for inspiration. We'll go with American Pie as a name for a drink. Well, then I guess it needs whiskey and rye. It is what those good old boys were drinking. Let's go with this. I'm going to start with 1 ounce or 30 mils of an American whiskey. You could use a bourbon here. I'm going to go a little different, use this single malt from the Balcones distillery in Texas. Some good old boys made this. But if you wanted to recreate this at home, you could do the whiskey of your choice. Whatever you go with, we're going 30 mils or 1 ounce of whiskey. Now for the rye, there's lots of choices out there. I'm going to use this from the High West distillery in Utah. They call it their double rye. So if we had the same amount, 30 mils of this, we then have our whiskey and rye. For the pie part, I think apple pie seems to be the most American pie. So I'm going to put some apple flavoring. You could use something like an American Applejack, but I'm going to use this apple liqueur because it's sweeter and I think it's going to bring more of that actual apple pie flavor in. Just a little though, I'm going to use half an ounce or 15 mils of apple liqueur. Because you often put some berries in an apple pie as well, I'm going to put a little bit of berry flavor. There are a lot of berry liqueurs you could choose from. I'm going to use this cassis made by Marionette. It's made with Tasmanian blackcurrants. But there's a whole bunch of things you could choose. But I think just a little of this for the contrast. I'm going to use a bar spoon, about 5 mils of a berry liqueur. The final touch for some apple pie spice-like flavors, I'm going to do 2 dashes of Angostura bitters. This is a stirred cocktail and we want to stir it for a good 20 to 30 seconds at least because this is all booze. You could easily make this straight in the glass, but I'm going to stir this for around 30 seconds and then going to strain that into a rocks glass with a big old chunk of ice. And we're going to make it look fancy, put a maraschino cherry in as a garnish. And there you have your American pie for the day the music died. This is really good. I was going along with the whiskey and rye as part of the gimmick, but they actually play off each other really well. I've made this style of drink before and bourbon works well, but I quite like what the Balcones brings to the whole thing. It's got these really dark molasses and malty flavors, but you could go with whatever you like as the whiskey component. And the fruit elements, they make it sweet, but it's not too sweet. Of course, you can dial those fruit elements up or down depending on your taste, but the berry part, I very much recommend no more than a bar spoon of that goes in. Do you mind if I write down the recipe? I'll make it easy for you. Check out my YouTube channel when you get home. You'll find this recipe and a whole bunch more on there. Oh, you make cocktails on YouTube? Yep, so make sure you check it out. Give the videos a like when you watch them. Subscribe and hit the notification bell if you want to be notified when I upload a video. And drop me a comment saying hello so I know you were there. It would be great to see you. Do you think you make more Buddy Holly cocktails? Maybe I should do one about when he had his biggest smash hit. Well, when was that? It was February 3rd, 1959. I think it was in a cornfield. Dude, too soon. Too soon for something that happened over 60 years ago. Nah. Too soon is making a joke about how I didn't wash my hands after cleaning the toilets at the start of this shift. What? So that's it. That's my most recent pseudo-animated cocktail video. And yes, nobody who just has the most wonderful reading voices. Anyone who can come up with wacky 15 to 30 second radio commercials should send them to Nobody to record because he has the best reading voice for them. And thank you, Chris and Nobody. Glad you enjoyed the ending. I wrote 2 more scripts today that I need to record over the weekend. One's for Monday, the Porn Star Pisco Sour. And one's a Valentine's Day one. A cocktail called Love and Murder, which is a great name for a cocktail, I think. And I've written some scripts for some other YouTubers to be part of. Oh, Christ, yes. Sorry, it's funny that I said that. Safa, nobody should absolutely do like an ASMR type reading of the Bible on Audible. Because again, no copyright on the Bible. And yes, your reading voice would make the Bible sexy again. You might feel conflicted about that. I don't know. Fun. Sorry. Fun being silly. I'm going to eat this cherry. Hopefully it's absorbed some yummy flavors. I really like these Luxardo cherries. Man, they're so good. There was a period of a couple weeks when no one had them in stock. There's like supply chain interruptions. And I knew I only had about a dozen cherries left in the jar. I'm like, oh, cherries. And so I was madly trying to get them for a couple of weeks. And finally got them again before the other one ran out. But only just. There was only like about, I don't know, half a dozen cherries left in it when I got a replacement jar. Abigail, does the Bible have any speaking roles for Satan, the devil, or Lucifer? Because what parts? Well, there's Legion. The only one the serpent in the Garden of Eden talks, and there's the famous story. There's where Jesus is tempted in the desert, and there's the one where he gets cast into the sheep orchard on the cliff with the famous line, "My name is Legion, for we are many." Nobody, I'm sure you're tired of being single. Why not visit Tired of Wanking Alone? We'll get you hooked up at first week, providing you're not a total dickhole. Tiredofwankingalone.com. And yes, Nettie, I've been seeing that nobody's been reading your stories through Discord, and I'm sure that's well appreciated. Yeah, no, Alexander, I think we've actually played that on the stream before, but if nobody sends me the link again, we can actually play it. I just realized if we search on Nobody now, it's all that movie that came out recently, which was actually a pretty good movie. I quite enjoyed it. The guy from Better Call Saul, Bob Odenkirk. Micro, you can't stand lovey-dovey crap. Hard luck, dude. There's lovey-dovey crap going on. I'm going to have to send a bunch of love to you, Micro, so you feel less alone and unhappy. I'm trying to think, am I logged in on Discord on this laptop? Let's see. Let's see. I am. Check it out. Okay. I'm going to share this stuff from Nobody. Okay, share screen, share audio. Here we go. I'm going to play this.
G'day, friends. So I put a couple of commercials together that you could never air on radio, just for a laugh. And here they are. The first one is for a real estate firm called Anus Realty.
Hey kids, tired of being told what to do by your parents? It's time to move out while you still know everything. Anus Realty has a wide range of properties to lease or buy. We'll take all your money and offer you a turd box for a home. Anus Realty, 1234-5666 or anusrealty.com.
Real estate not your interest? That's cool. What about sports? Perhaps whitewater rafting or bungee jumping? I've got an ad for both.
Drown your boredom in spare time by experiencing the exhilaration of whitewater rafting. Knockout Activity Centre proudly offers you the opportunity to enjoy unlimited, high-energy whitewater rafting with next to no expert knowledge holding you back from having the time of your life, even if it kills you. Knockout Activity Centre. You've got to die of something. Why not die having fun? Visit knockoutactivities.com or call 1-800-HAVE-SOME-FUN. That's 1-800-HAVE-SOME-FUN. No FM. Conquer your fear of heights by jumping off a bridge. Nothing says fuck you to fear like attaching a bungee cord to your legs and jumping from a height, trusting in the hope that your guide did their job to properly ensure your safety. Experience the rush as the blood runs to your head through Knockout Activity Centre's bungee jumping experience. Knock your fears out by visiting knockoutactivities.com or calling 1-800-HAVE-SOME-FUN. That's 1-800-HAVE-SOME-FUN.
Tired of being single? I've got a service for that too.
Like many, I bet you're tired of being single. Why not visit tiredofwankingalone.com? We'll get you a hookup, often within the first day, provided you're not a total dickhole. Tiredofwankingalone.com, your number one hookup service.
And that's the commercials I have for you. Hope you enjoyed it. Have a nice day. Quick service announcement. These companies do not actually exist. Do not phone these numbers.
Yeah, there's nobody's fake commercials. And yeah, see, Micro, now you know why Nettie likes him. Right? He's just got an incredible voice. Wonderful voice. All right. Now, I'm going to make myself another. So, okay, the ones I found. Got to decide between a Mai Tai with 1 million ingredients. By 1 million, I mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 ingredients is fucking ridiculous. 10 ingredients in one drink is ridiculous. I might just make a Morgenthaler Amaretto Sour. Yeah, that's the go, I think. Or a Brooklyn God. I'm going to make an Amaretto Sour first, I think. That sounds fucking good. Hey, Laura. Micro, provided you're not a total dickhole, disqualifies you. Oh, no. Laura, yeah, I did actually put out the thing earlier for you. I'll put the link again. We're just gearing up to... oh, wait, why did that not fucking go live? Okay. There we go. Laptop fucking with me. Okay. I'm going to do an Amaretto Sour. I'm going to get a different whiskey. Move this back. I think I maybe want to do it with... Whew. Okay. Okay. Where is the octave barrel? That's unexpected. It's Archie Rose. That's Balcones. That's twofold. Okay, I'm just getting confused over here, possibly because I'm slightly inebriated. It's the Tiny Bear whiskey. Oh, I don't know if band. Oh, fuck, I know what the problem is. I had to move stuff to octave barrel. Okay. Oh, I need some lemon juice. All right. So, yes. I need to juice some lemons. I used up all my lemon juice. Where's my lemon juicer? Oh, this'll do. It's a kind of shitty one, but it'll do. I need to get a lemon. Ugh. I've made my life so difficult in this picture. Lemon over here. One lemon should be enough. It's got to juice a lemon. Make it juicy. Give me a second. And I already had a sharp knife out. There we go. Sharp knife. Juicing a lemon. We're all good. In the hood. All right. Going to juice a little. What are we doing? All right. Ooh. Oh no, Micro, is it your birthday? Don't want you to be a miserable pick on your. Although I understand the feeling, but I need to share all the love with you if it's your birthday, so you know you're valued. Ugh. Man, there's not a lot of juice in that lemon. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Micro. Got to send you all the love and the cherishment. Is cherishment a word? That you're a beautiful and valued person. 27 years. Oh, dude, you have done shit, man. You've been. I have appreciated all my time that I've got to interact with you, and I'm sure there are others who feel the same. All right, a little bit of lemon juice. So happy birthday to you, bro. Much love, care, all these things. So, was it nobody your last birthday invitation read today? Commemorates 35 years of existence. You're invited to join me for lunch on this occasion. Nice. Right. What else do I need for this drink? Oh, I have to decide what sugar syrup I'm going to use. And I need to get my Wonder Foam. Okay. Put a couple of drops of mango bitters on the top, maybe. Okay, what sugar syrups do I have? I have the lemony rummy one. I have mango. Why did I put that there? That's not really where that belongs. There, you go there. Wait, what sugar syrups do I have? Mango, lemony rum. Oh, I must have been good in actually using up some syrups. Fancy that. Alright, I'll use this one. But time has probably come to make a dark sugar syrup. I'll use this sugar syrup. So I got lemon juice, I got sugar syrup. Where's my Wonder Foam? Wonder Foam. Wait, is it still out here? Because I had it out the other day. There's Ango, there's orange. No, I don't think it is out here. Alright, I'm going to crouch down. Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? Ango. God, maybe I'll use an egg white. Go fucking... Oh, no, there it is. Found it. Found it. Don't have to resort to egg whites. Do you need a cocktail shaker? And a strainer. Alright. Cocktail shaker and strainer. Get this fucking Pepsi out of the way. It's taking up far too much room. Alright. Get my shit sorted out. Okay. Okay. Marco, so A, we're kind people. B, we love you. So, Marco, you want to show us the ice? Man, I'm up for being shown the ice, quite honestly. Right, so making my Mac Sour. to the Morgenthaler recipe. Oh, what the fuck, you fucking clown. Just put it in completely the wrong thing because I'm a fucking idiot. All right, get the shit sorted. Do this and this. What a prize Egypt, honestly. Right, now whiskey. Octave barrel. All right. What's it say for the syrup? Oh, just 5 mils. Okay. Probably 5 mils. Und they say 3/4 of an ounce of lemon juice. I might just do half an ounce. So I tend to like my drinks a bit less acidic. Oh, now I need to put ice in there. Oh, and Wonder Foam. And I've got to do a dry shake. Got to remember to do the dry shake. Dry shake it like a Polaroid picture. I'm going to put a big chunk of ice in my glass as well. All right. So that's that. That's all ready. Okay. So Micro's going to go outside, see what's up, see if he can get us some good pictures of how freaking icy it is where he is. Which I'm always keen to see other parts of the world. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Nettie's joining. Let's go do that. And that. Hey, Nettie. Can't hear you. So I don't know what's going on there, but can't hear you. Morning, Lemonhead. No, still can't hear you. I'm just going to do the shaky in the meantime. Still can't hear you, so I don't know what you're doing there. All right. Gotta shake. No ice, so I don't have to turn off the microphone because it's not very loud. Nettie's trying to work out technical problems while I shake a cocktail really vigorously because we want it to be... Oh, look at that. Oh, Christ, that's because I'm still logged in. I'm going to find a way to log out on your machine. Nettie can play around with stuff from when we did the stream from her house, which is fine. All right, that's probably enough of that. Now, put some ice in here. Ice, baby. Ice to chill that shit, yo. Close the freezer room up again. And then he still hasn't worked out her audio, so that's okay. So this is going. You're going to be silent movie for a second because I'm going to spare people's ears while I shake this. Okay, shaker is painfully cold to hold, so that's enough shaking with ice. Oof. And now I'm going to strain that into my glass. It's a big rocks glass. I really should serve this in a smaller glass, but it is what it is what I'm saying. Yes, Heine, that's like a shake weight, what I was doing there. Where's my Ango bitters? I'm going to put a couple drops of Ango bitters in here. And I will tell you if your sound ever comes on, Nettie, but it hasn't yet. All right, couple drops of Ango just for character in there. No, you're not there. Oh, look, she's going away and going, oh my God, now my focus went fucked. Why does that happen randomly? I need to fire up the software that controls the camera. The focus will probably come back, but if I go in here and I'm going to go, okay, Focus. I could just leave it on here all night and freak people out, but no, we'll do this. There, and I'm also going to fuck with the white balance. That should be okay. Well, that's probably a little bit sepia tone. That might be a bit better. There we go. The Ango smells great. All right. So this is a Mac Sour with whiskey, according to the Morgenthaler recipe. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh. Just a little bit of lemon tang. And the sweetness from, well, the tiny bit of sugar syrup, but mostly from the Mac, which is quite sweet. Oh my God, and the flavors from the Starward Octave Barrel whiskey. It was a little bit smoky. Oh my God, that's a classy fucking drink. Okay, I did complain about not much lemon juice, but there's much more than I needed. I was just concerned the lemon was not providing much juice, quite honestly. No, but your camera is not sophisticated enough to adjust settings. Oh my God, Heine, you've seen ads for a beauty product that protects skin from damaging blue light from digital devices. Man, beauty products just try to make people, particularly women, feel paranoid. Oh, I think Laura's joining. So I'm just going to move that around and click on the Hello Laura button. Hello, Laura.
Hello, good morning. How are you doing?
Oh, it's an enormous relief that your microphone is working because Nettie's having some sort of technical problems.
Separate one. I do wish I could zoom in, though.
Oh, we can do that a bit more. There we go.
Yeah.
Just a bit more.
Oh, dear me.
So nobody says Nettie's message.
For some reason, my camera didn't work.
Oh, okay.
Just
yeah, because it was a while from when you said you wanted to join. Yeah. So,
yeah, I've spent all that time trying to get the bloody camera working.
Technology is giving us all grief.
It was finding the sort of software that you can get, like live streaming software for my old camera.
Yep.
You could find that fine, but couldn't find a new camera that's better and better resolution. It's so good you can see how fuzzy my hair is if I brush it.
It is actually, you're in quite high res. Nobody's appreciating your makeup game on point tonight. And
yeah, I put a bit. Actually, I kind of gone a little bit different today because normally when I put makeup on, I'd normally go the full hog.
Okay.
I was more comfortable about just putting lipstick on, and that was working for me fine. But with the new camera, I thought, you know what, I'm going to go a little bit further. So I'm trying something different. So I've gone and done my eyes, put some eyeliner and some mascara on, and the lipstick. But I haven't done anything else. So there's no foundation, no blush, no highlighter, any of that kind of stuff. So I've kept it quite light.
Oh. The mysteries of ladies and their makeup routines it's all a mystery to me.
To be honest, it's somewhat of a mystery to me.
But you're doing well. You're doing well, is what we're saying. Oh, Laura, have you heard of someone doing this scam about some beauty product that protects your skin against the ravaging blue light from digital devices?
No.
Heine's saying this.
But my bogusometer goes clicking away hearing that.
Yeah. Heine's saying there's about 4 weeks ago a pretty gamer chick, Valkyrie, released it and caused scandal. Now the same product's being pushed by another pretty internet girl. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with being an influencer. There's not much money in it. So if someone says, I will give you bag of money to say obviously bad thing is good, people by and large take the bag of money and say obviously bad thing is good.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm not really, I don't know, maybe it's just me. I'm not really susceptible to that. I mean, I watch normal commercials on like cleaning products and say there's going to be a catch somewhere. It's like seal it, bang. It gets, bang, and the dirt is gone. You spray it and then you just wipe it and it's all gone. It's like, okay, I've bought that stuff and I've tried it in my kitchen and it doesn't work like that. It's, spray it, leave it a couple of minutes, then give it a good scrub, and then lean in and give it more scrub.
All right, Micro's gone. Oh, look at that beautiful hood, that anorak. He's going to show us how miserable it is.
Do you like my real fake fur? It's real fake fur.
It's fantastic.
Anyways, it's gonna be hard to see. It's pretty dark outside still.
Oh, it's pretty clear how white that is there.
Like this plant is all frozen.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can, but it's
it just crinkles up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all frozen. Underneath all this snow is a sheet of ice.
Mm.
If anybody stood out there for more than 30 minutes, they'd probably be in remember Terminator 2 with the guy made
Yes, freezing in place.
Just throw a snowball at him and just smash into a million pieces.
That's pretty intense.
All right, I just wanted to thank you. I wanted to show this off real quick.
No, it's cool. Thanks for showing, man. It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, when it looks better. New York
State.
And it's still dark?
Yeah, it's only 6:30 in the morning.
Ah, right, okay.
There's Nettie.
Hi, guys.
Oh, we can hear you now, Nettie. Nice.
It was a Windows update. I had to.
Oh, there you go. Micro's bravely throwing off his anorak hood in the icy condition. Is your mustache going to freeze in the...
It has before. When I wear my mask at work, my breath collects my mask, so it makes my mustache
condensation would freeze.
And I go outside, if the wind hits it, if it's cold enough, I can feel it freeze.
Yeah. I saw a thing someone shared on the socials. I think it was in Canada. It was called the Frozen Hair Festival. Like in just horrifically sub-zero temperatures, people jump into this, like they cut holes in the ice and jump in, and then they dip their head under, and when they come up, the hair's going to freeze within a couple seconds. So they sculpt their hair into various positions in the seconds it takes it to freeze. And it's just, it's wild.
There's a weird thing they've got in Alaska, which is the Eskimo Olympics.
Mm.
And some of the things that they have are just weird.
Of course. Yeah.
Like kick a piece of rope above your head or something, and
yes, I've heard of some of these.
I'm trying to remember the ones, but they're like really bizarre. It's like two people have and they have a elastic band going around their ear to each other, and they got to pull, and like when it hurts too much, that's when you let it go, and they win. So yeah, do it until it hurts so much that you can't stand it anymore.
Okay,
sounds like
I'm going
off.
I looked it up because you're saying it, Laura, because I have heard of this. Events are knuckle hop or seal hop, not sure what that is, 4-man carry, ear weight, ear pull, which is the one you were talking about, I think, drop the bomb, which sounds interesting, 1 foot high kick and 2 foot high kick, 1 hand reach, Alaskan high kick, kneel jump, Indian stick pull, Eskimo stick pull, which is a tug of war apparently, toe kick, arm pull, blanket toss, seal skinning, mactuck eating, grease pole walk, bench reach. So it definitely sounds like stuff you
people think of when it's cold
and
dark and there's nothing else to do.
Oh, so muktuk eating. Muktuk is an Inuit food consisting of frozen whale skin and blubber. So that's an intense thing. How much whale blubber can you eat? Oof. Okay. Abigail, Scottish Highland games aren't that weird. It's just tossing a big stick around and a ball and chain.
Pretty much a tree with the branches off.
No, buddy, there is a game of guys kicking each other in the balls till someone gives up. That's a Rochambeau. But, yeah, I don't know. People generally are weird, I think, is what we can settle on.
Yeah, Kitty. It's always here.
You can watch these on YouTube.
I bet you can. Actually, now you've said it, I'm going to open... I won't share it because I'll get a fucking copyright strike. But
stupid thing is, because we'd be commentating, it'd be fair use. However, the pain in the ass of arguing it is just not
content matching. Oh yeah, there is a shit ton of videos. Eskimo Indian Olympics. Yep, if you want to see it, there's a shit ton of videos on YouTube about it. So, nobody, what's the joke about the lawyer and the duck? You may have said it, but I can't remember it. But I don't know. I think the duck probably has the high moral ground in the joke, is all I'm saying. I love netting in the background, occasionally just seeing trains go past behind you.
Oh, yeah.
The window we can see there, you can see the lights of the trains. It's a really interesting visual of moving lights behind you.
Yeah, what you don't have to realize is that actually is just a screen behind her, and that's just a screensaver.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard, Nettie. I've gone very simple, but I put on a bit of makeup today.
Yes, I can see that. And it looks good.
I've got eyeliner and mascara and lipstick, and that's it.
It looks like a full face of makeup to me. Yeah.
It's that my skin is getting softer and everything, and that's. I've got a new camera, so a better resolution now.
Yeah.
I think I used it last time.
Okay. What kind of new camera have you got?
Oh, it is a Trust. Does that Trust 2K webcam?
Yeah.
Yeah, with privacy filter, and the privacy filter is a thing that you slide across. It's not a privacy filter; it's a piece of plastic that goes over the front of the camera.
But that's the thing, because your system can be compromised without you realizing it, and someone could actually have your webcam switch on when you don't realize. That's a basic thing.
Oh my God! There was something that happened some years ago in America where they were loaning kids. Hi, nobody. So they were loaning school kids, like primary school kids, laptops so they could do their homework.
Yes,
but the school could turn on the webcam to make sure that they were doing the homework or whatever it was. They had access to do that, and it's like, okay, this is just wrong, because what happens if they turn that on and the kid's getting dressed?
Yes. And what if it was a creepy teacher who was deliberately stalking kids doing it? And they didn't tell the end user. They didn't tell either the kid or the parents that it was being monitored, which was so very wrong.
When they realized.
Yeah.
Wasn't that what happened?
I apologize. I'm going to talk about something else that's negative because it's fucked up, and if I don't remember, I'll forget it. So, something interesting happened in this last few days. So, there's a lady in America called Pamela Moses.
Right.
And in 2015, she got into trouble for something. Could have been DUI, could have been taking drugs, whatever. But she pled guilty to a felony. So, in whatever state it is, it's somewhere like Alabama or Louisiana or somewhere like that. You're not allowed to vote again if you've got a felony. So, she claimed nobody ever told her this.
I did not.
And the county election board never removed her from the register, from the list of voters.
Yeah.
So 2019, she discovered that she was ineligible to vote. So she sought formally to have her right to vote restored.
Yeah.
And so she went to the probation office to ask if she was off probation and eligible to have her voting rights restored. so that she could get herself a certificate. She could submit it along with her voter registration. I've read it, written it out. So it was filled out for her by the Department of Corrections, the probation people. Okay?
Right.
They even signed it. The next day, she got a letter saying that they were wrong, that she couldn't vote. Because she'd applied to register, she was arrested, tried, and convicted. And she got 6 years in jail. The judge said that the judge said that she tricked the probation officials into giving her a certificate saying that she was eligible to vote. Oh, by the way, she's brown. Don't know
Yes,
if that matters,
she's not white. That was part of it. Yes.
That's the key part of that. She's not white.
Now, I just want to give you a parallel, okay? And this is not the same thing. This is, worse. So there's a guy in Nevada who the Republican Party publicized an example of mass voter fraud that was going on, where they had this guy from Nevada whose wife had appeared on the voter registration and had voted. His wife was dead. So obviously this is proof that it turns out the guy was the guy that filled in the form in his dead wife's name.
Yeah.
And voted for Trump.
Yeah.
Fraud. Lovely.
Yep. And he got probation. And there was another couple who got probation, and another one that got a couple of days in jail.
Yeah.
7 days, 6 days, I think it was. Actually.
But it's all right when you're all white.
And it's like, what on earth? So, I have a feeling that one will be appealed.
Is anyone under the illusion that the American system is in any way fair anymore?
It's crazy, isn't it? And the thing is that, I don't know if you know about this, but the whole, if you get a felony, you're not allowed to vote anymore. That thing came along after the, brown people were allowed to not be slaves anymore. Yeah. And so if they arrested people for vagrancy and stuff like that because they didn't have a proper home, then they could go to jail and then they wouldn't be allowed to vote, which would stop those brown people from voting.
The system is geared against the poor. Lovely. And they call it democratic.
Yeah, the poor and brown. By the way, is it just me? My boobs are looking good right now, and I'm not used to that. No bra.
Looking fine.
No bra. Well.
No bra. Yeah.
Looking fine.
Congratulations.
It's a combination of me being fat and me having estrogen now.
Whatever works. That's what we say.
Whatever works.
All right.
So the joke I referred to.
Yes.
I'm sure I've told it here before, so you'll probably all go, oh, yeah, that joke. So it's a lawyer from the city who goes out on a duck shoot, and the duck lands on some guy's property.
Yeah.
So he goes and jumps over the fence to go and take back his prize. And this old guy on a tractor just bloody pulls up, jumps off, and says, what do you think you're doing? He says, I'm just retrieving my duck. I've shot it and it's mine. He says, it's on my property. That is my duck.
Yeah.
The lawyer says, I'm a lawyer from the city. I know what is my property. You want to be careful I don't take more than that duck off you. He says, hot shot from the city. Well, shall we resolve this the country way then? He goes, oh, yes, and what way is that? He says, I kick you in the balls, and then you kick me in the balls, and we take turns until one of us yields. I shall go first. So the old guy takes a step back and punts this lawyer fair in the happy sack.
Yeah.
And Abigail, you'll be pleased to know what happens here. The lawyer doesn't get his vengeance. After he picks himself up off the ground, He goes, all right, now it's my turn. To which the old guy says, oh, you can keep the duck.
Yeah, I just wanted to kick you in the balls.
That story, Abigail, is that the man who shot the duck got a kick in the balls. And I'd be willing to bet the farmer's wearing steel-toed boots.
Yeah.
I'm just showing Abigail because Abigail's talking about...
So, yes, yes, Abigail's got a soft spot for ducks. But the moral of the story is the lawyer got kicked in the balls. So,
yes.
You lot got me into trouble this week.
Uh-oh.
What?
On the model railway forum that I'm on. Actually, I'm the vice chair of the Model Railway Society, so I suppose I should set a better example. But what happened was I kind of repeated the joke about me buying modeling scalpel blades in boxes of 50. And then, that's enough for 50 emos, as I joke, And I got into trouble for that.
Oh
dear.
Who's watching the live stream? Who can get you into trouble?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. I just retold the joke. I said I was...
Oh, you retold the joke.
I was chatting to some American friends. I made them chuckle when I said,
Yeah. Oh, dear.
Ooh. So I'm having yet another drink with the Mac that I tonight. This is like a Mac Manhattan, which is normally just bourbon and vermouth. And so this is bourbon, vermouth, and the Mac. And goddamn, it's good.
I'd just like to say on behalf of me, I deny all responsibility for your inappropriate joke, Laura.
I have pina colada here still.
Oh, nice.
And I know it's
what time in the morning is it?
Yeah, it's 11:53. That's true. However, thanks to you lot, my sleeping pattern is completely upside down. So I woke up at just before midnight. So this is like my sleeping pattern and your sleeping pattern is roughly the same. It's just that the light that's outside the window isn't the same.
Well, we'll allow it then.
Sandwich.
All right. I just thought of a version of the joke that would keep Abigail happy. Like lawyers with his big city lawyers paid money to shoot innocent animals, and he's getting a woody over it. And he's with his shooting party, and he's in one paddock, and he sees like a pond and some ducks, and he's about to shoot a duck that is sitting on the pond, and the farmer pops up and goes, "The fuck are you doing?" And the lawyer goes, "I'm duck hunting." And he's going, "Pond's on my property. You can't shoot ducks on my property." And the lawyer says, "But I'm not standing on your property. From where I'm standing, I can do whatever I want. I'm a lawyer. I know what I'm allowed to do." And the farmer says, "But the duck's on my property, so you can't shoot at the duck." And the lawyer's going, "Well, I'm not on your property. You can't control what I do." And that's when the farmer says, "I'll tell you what, I'll Rochambeau you for it. That means we take turns kicking each other in the balls. And I'll go first." And he kicks the lawyer in the balls. And the lawyer falls over and then very painfully staggers to his feet and goes, "My go." And the farmer goes, "Oh, no, I give up. You go ahead." And by that stage, the duck has flown away because of the way the lawyer screamed when he got kicked in the balls. So the duck is saved and the lawyer got kicked in the balls. So, and then the farmer, when the lawyer's back was turned, ran over him with a combine harvester because...
Well, who wouldn't want to see that happen to the lawyer?
I know. I've actually seen that in a movie, is people running over someone with a harvester and just like blood sprays out the back. Oh my God. Okay. I'm not that into horror, but I saw one of the streaming services, it might have been Netflix, is actually having Texas Chainsaw Massacre season. Like, it's not a movie. It's running over multiple episodes. And they actually got a woman who was in the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie from the 70s. She's the one survivor. And so she's like in her 80s now. And the whole plot is when all these kids end up in this town and they're being killed off by Leatherface, this old woman with a shotgun, "I always knew this day would come." I'm going to get him. But it looks hyper fucking violent. Like they've just really just like people getting sliced up in it. And there's one thing where Leatherface comes onto a tour bus of all these millennials are on it, and he comes on with a chainsaw, and they all whip out their phones and start recording him. And Leatherface pauses, looking confused, and a dude up the front goes, "Yeah, dude, do anything fucked up, and you're cancelled." And then Leatherface just starts chainsawing them. It's just like, it actually looks A, funny, and B, extremely gruesome. So I think I'll give it a go when it comes out. But
it's kind of amusing, isn't it? Because like movies that used to be scary just aren't anymore because we've got scarier over time.
Yeah,
I mean, I remember my mum saying she watched, they banned it, but what's the one where the girl's head spins around?
Exorcist.
What, Evil Dead?
No. What was that? Sorry, Nay?
Exorcist.
Exorcist. Yeah, she watched The Exorcist when it first came out at the movies.
Yeah,
and she puked.
It was pretty groundbreaking.
Yeah,
it was.
Actually, it was really unfortunate because what happened was my mum went, "Oh God, oh God, oh God," and then she went like that as she puked, and it just sprayed through her fingers and over the person in front.
Yeah. Ew. Oh no, not good. Not good.
Yeah, but then the film was banned for years and years and years, and then when it was available to be able to watch it again, she went, "That was rubbish. I don't know why I was scared about that."
At the time, it was groundbreaking. It was. They did stuff that had never been done in a mainstream film before. I actually think it's a great film. I haven't watched it for a little while, but
I've never watched it. I've never, to be honest, I've never liked horror. Thriller, yes.
I'm not a fan of horror. I'm not a fan of horror.
The thing is, zombies, not real. Dracula, not real. These kind of, Now, The Hitcher scared the shit out of me. It was like, whoa.
Rutger Hauer one?
Rutger Hauer. I didn't say scared me, but more like that kept me, in suspense.
It was pretty confronting.
That dragged me into the story. Whereas, like Freddy Krueger, not real. And not real things don't scare me.
Yeah. Are you at like it's not really a horror film, it's like a through action thing, but with good old Russell Crowe. It came out a year or two ago. It's called Unhinged, and it starts with a very minor sort of traffic thing, and he's hyper angry at this woman who cut him off, and he is unhinged, and Rusty just proceeds to go full fucking psycho. And again, because you can imagine the wrong thing happening in traffic with a completely unhinged individual and them just coming after you. And Rusty is really believable as just someone who's lost their fucking nana. And it's just...
He's like that though. Like I've seen him just do menace. Like
exactly. Rusty is just so and also Rusty these days is chunkier than me, which I quite love because he just doesn't give a fuck. He's gone, fuck yeah, I put on 40 kilos. What are you going to do about it? And it's just
the last time I saw anything of Rusty, he was showing off his bushfire fighting ute on Twitter.
Yeah, no, I can see that.
We got that, and we got that, and then we go like this. And that was during the big bushfires, Black Summer.
Yeah, a couple of years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago. That was 2 years ago. Yeah, but he made a film. God, it's a few years ago now called The Nice Guys, which I think is an absolutely brilliant, criminally underrated movie. It's got Ryan Gosling in it as well, and they're like private investigators in the 70s, and it's just a weird, messed up story where stuff goes. It's so good. It's criminally underrated, that movie. It's extremely good. Deserved a sequel. They set up to do a sequel at the end, but a sequel never happened, which is sad. But yeah, a year or two ago, this film Unhinged came out when he's He's about my size in The Good Guys, so he's fairly chunky in The Good Guys, but in Unhinged, he's put on like another 20 kilos. He's a fucking psychopath. He's a fucking psychopath in Unhinged. Just that whole thing of, the fear of pissing off the wrong person in traffic, and they just absolutely lose it. And it's just like,
Steve Martin made fun of that kind of thing in LA Story. It's like, what date is it? And it's, he's having a shootout with some old lady,
Yeah. There was a thing in the 80s, though. There was like at least one freeway shooting a week in Los Angeles. People were just opening fire on other people on the freeway. So it was a joke in LA Story. They go on the freeway accidentally and go, "Oh my God, why are we on the freeway? It's shooting season." And they're just randomly shooting at people on the freeway.
Yeah,
it's
like,
shooting season.
Did I leave my pants at your place? Bang, bang, bang.
Yeah. But there was an actual.
It's a really funny film. I like it, but it's not. It's not actually no. It's not a funny film. It's an amusing film, but it's got this kind of tone on what America and Los Angeles is.
It's got an absurdist element in it that's extremely like it abandons realism at multiple points and just goes into really weird absurdism, which I quite enjoy.
Yeah. What are you going to eat? What do you eat here? California cuisine.
Patrick Stewart as the really brutal maitre d' at the restaurant called Lidio. And you think it's called Lidio. Yeah. Then you see the name and it's the idiot in French. It's Le Idiot. And it's like, because all the idiots, Los Angelinos, are going there to be abused by the people in this restaurant.
Yeah. You think you can have the fish with a credit score like this?
Yes. You can have the chicken. And he goes, "But what if my date wants the fish?" "Well, tell her she can't." "I can't tell her what to get." You can point her in a certain direction. Yeah, it's like, again, every now and then that movie just completely abandons reality and descends into absurdism, which I really enjoy.
I mean, the first part of the movie starts off with a couple of geriatrics, on Zimmer frames, kind of rumbling their way over towards a Ferrari and then racing off. It's honestly, it's ludicrous.
I'm not going to do that when I'm old.
But, and that's what I like about it. It's just got that, it's like there's an earthquake, stuff is rattling and falling off, and they're like, "What's this?" "Oh, it's an earthquake." "What is it?" "Oh, I'll give it a 6.
Yeah. Again, because LA gets earthquakes. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, it would be like if there was a standard for. It'd be like if there was a standard for bushfires or something. It'd be Australians. It'd be like, "Oh yeah, it's a 3."
Yeah,
it's just so often that it just becomes.
Except we have repeatedly in the last decade had 10s, like terrifying, out of control, destructive bushfires. I just start saying, like, we're talking about Rusty. Is he like Fat Thor? Well, that was Chris Hemsworth in a fat suit. And I know there was a lot of people upset online because they're going like, "Oh, don't do a mocking thing of someone. If someone's depressed, they put on weight and it's an object thing." And they were getting very upset and saying it was bad representation. Me, I was just watching it going, "Man, I can cosplay as Thor now." I could just show up to a con and it's like, "Yep, I'm Fat Thor." That's who I am. Again, I just have to grow my hair. My hair's getting hella long. I just have to grow it a bit longer and the beard a bit longer, and I can absolutely go to cons as Fat Thor. So I'm just like...
The problem is, would you be able to see because you're wearing glasses? I don't know whether you need them for short or long.
Look, I just can't. I can see everything. I just can't. Like, if there was a sign over there saying, "For God's sake, turn around. There's something terribly dangerous here." I'd keep walking towards the danger till I got really close to the sign and said, "Too late. You're dead. You idiot." I can see shapes and people and things, but I couldn't read something that's like 10 meters away.
My eyes are just going now. These are just like basic stuff, do stuff type. But my visual range is about 2 meters now.
Yeah.
That's my focal point. So I need these to just like be able to see the screen properly and it not just be like, just fuzzy.
Yeah.
If the best analogy I can give is if I took my glasses off and look at you, it looks like I've got, oil over the screen or something. Everything's just fuzzy and blurred. I can still see you and, but, and of course, and the glasses make me look more intelligent. So,
yeah, no, the glasses are great. The glasses look hot. No, let's be honest. The glasses look good. I'm short-sighted, so these are multifocals. So if I'm like reading a book or something here, the bottom of the glasses aren't prescription. They're a thing. It transitions up to okay, I can now read. There's on the other side of the kitchen. That's a box of cocoa powder. And that's a box of blurry if I take them off. But with here, again, with the screen just here, I can read all the text and stuff. No drama. So,
by the way, I've just observed something. I've noticed that your drinks cabinet is getting further and further away from the wall, or there's not enough room to put it all in anymore and it's had to move out.
Yep. No, you missed the start of the stream. I explained prior to the stream, I was planning to shoot some video, which meant shifting the drink carts out of the way. So I had some blank wall and I actually ran out of time and didn't do it. But I also didn't move the drinks carts back. So they're directly behind me rather than over there where they'd normally be.
I'm just having the amusing idea of that over the last 2 years that, it's almost like, you've had to get more bookshelves, the equivalent of to get all the books in, because your collection of drink has grown, which, some people could say that's a problem drinking.
Yeah.
That's a drinking problem. Yeah. And you say, I don't have a problem drinking at all. You just like tip the glass and swallow.
That's my favorite joke from the old Flying High movies. Like, I've got a drinking problem and he has a glass of water and misses his mouth.
Yeah. There was a there was a radio show, BBC Radio 1 it used to be. Anyway, what they did with one of these little sketches, which were audio, not visual.
Yes.
And it would be two Daleks having an argument. Like, for example, World Cup was going on. It's like, Gaza, because he'd done a bad job. He's like, I can play better than Gaza. It's like, but you run on casters and it's grass. No.
Yes.
We're just rubbish on grass. Give us a starship any day. It's flat and easy, that kind of thing. But in one of the episodes of it, it's like, again, the other ones criticized and said, if you don't shut up, I'll tell you about your drinking problem. I don't have a drinking problem. You do. You don't have a mouth. That sounds like a drinking problem to me. I thought
it just started raining here, which has caught me by surprise, and it's raining quite a bit outside at the moment.
Okay, you want to know something funny? It literally just started raining here. I can hear the rain on the window.
Trippy.
Got rain here yesterday.
So not only
you're getting a heat wave, aren't you, nobody?
It was quite unbearable today. It's cooled down quite a bit. I don't know if the camera's going to, because the camera and my phone don't get along.
Oh, yeah, your backyard flooding.
Yeah. We got quite a bit of rain.
Yeah. I posted a video. There's been a bunch of storms over the last month, and 90% of them have actually missed my suburb. Like, all around and in neighboring states, people have been flooded and shit, and they've been missing us. About a week ago, one dumped right on top of me, finally, and my backyard was semi-flooded. There was too much water for the drainage to handle. It took a couple of hours for it to drain away. And I did post a couple of videos on the socials of one, just a deluge coming down, and then half an hour later, like, okay, well, this is how flooded my backyard is at the moment. It's pretty bad. But it's like, Started asking how hot's unbearable. Wasn't it up around 40 Celsius, nobody? It was pretty brutal.
So the heat in and of itself, not that bad. Actually, only in the low 30s. Unfortunately, the humidity was in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
Which made it fucked.
Yeah. We had high humidity for our heat wave too, which was super fucked.
Spider's running away now.
And it's been cool. Sorry, Laura. Yeah.
Sorry. Back in 1992, we had a heat wave that summer. And absolutely, the hills. We've got some reservoirs out on sort of the edge of the hills behind me, and they were getting low. And so when it gets to a certain point, the local water authority can basically do something, call for something called a hosepipe ban. So basically, you're not allowed to go and water your plants in the garden. You're just going to have to do it the old-fashioned way: fill it up, and go and pour the watering can over the plants. And it just saves water. That's all it's about, saving water. And they say, have a shower instead of a bath, etc., etc. Try not to flush the toilet too often, kind of thing. Things like that. Try to conserve water. Well, that same year, the movie Waterworld came out. And my joke that year was, the entire world is covered in water, and it's Kevin Costner's quest to find out why Northwest Water still has a hosepipe ban on.
Nice. There was this story that went around at the time, and the fun thing, it was impossible to disprove, because what they were saying is Kevin Costner's character in the original version of the movie had gills on his neck. They were saying he'd adapted to the water. He had gills. And very late in the production process, some producer at the studio saw some of the footage, and they just went, that just looks like vaginas on his neck. You have to, that's terrible. You have to get rid of it. And they used computer effects to erase the gills from his neck. And the thing is, you can't disprove that. You have I think that was just a bullshit story that was circulated to get people talking about the movie, but you can't disprove it. It's like it could have happened.
One of the things that always gets me is that movie panned. It was a terrible
movie. It was a terrible
movie.
I
really like it. I really do. It's the music is fantastic as well. There's one of the tracks called "Swimming." It's the one where he's teaching her to swim. I've got 10 of that on a row on my phone, so that if I go to bed, I can just turn that on. It plays that piece. It's so soothing and calm. It's really nice.
That's kind of like my sex tape is just Smash Mouth's All Star on repeat. So it's just like.
I'm not going to comment on that one.
No, I should have come up with a better song. That was just the first thing I could think of off the top of my head.
I'm not going to comment on music associated with sex at all.
No, neither am I. Apart from now I've decided Johnny Cash doing Hurt. Could you imagine how depressing it would be to have sex while Johnny Cash singing Hurt was playing?
It might work for BDSM.
Sorry, what was it?
Johnny Cash Hurt. It might work for some of the BDSM things.
No, maybe 9 Inch Nails doing Hurt would work in a BDSM session. Johnny Cash's Hurt is just depressing. I'm just trying to imagine someone trying to keep having sex while Johnny Cash's Hurt is playing, and both parties are like, this is a bummer, isn't it? This is depressing. And it's like, no, just keep going. It'll get better. No, it won't. No, it's like, oh my God.
Now
again,
I want to
Trent Reznor is music for BDSM.
I want to download Hurt, and I want to go and download a porno and mix and dub that over it.
Yeah, that would work. See, that would work. But that album, the Downward Spiral,
that could get really weird.
No,
it would be totally weird. It'd be totally
The
weird.
downward spiral is just made for BDSM. In fact, there was actually a night at the Hellfire Club in Sydney dedicated to the release of the downward spiral.
Oh, Abigail, no.
How many times did you go there, Angry?
Not that many, but I lived in Redfern and it was just over in Darlinghurst, so it was just kind of
Yeah.
It was, I don't know. Again, people who are running responsible kink things are actually way more responsible than people who are just running like meat market pub or club things.
Yeah.
Some of what goes on is a bit more extreme, but it's more controlled and consensual and managed than just sort of gross pickup joints. But I do remember one shared house, and this was at the time when Hellfire Club was running. When I was living in Redfern. Shared house I was in when we'd go out to clubs. There was one couple living in the house, and there's a couple of single guys as well. We go, okay, we're going to go out to like Darlinghurst. We'll go to Oxford Street for a couple of drinks. Then we're going to this club, and there was like the one hetero club in that area was called Spargo's. Every other club was a gay club, and me and the other guy were like, let's go to Spargo's. And we were all only early 20s, so I think it's fair to say boys and girls. The girl who was in the couple, she just going like, I don't want to go to Spargo's. Spargo's is just a meat market. And me and the other single guy are going, yes. Yeah, that's why we want to go to Spargo's. She's like saying, I want to go to gay clubs. They're more fun. And we were hetero and we're just going like, yeah, no, well, let's go to Spargo's. And she's going, that's just the gross pickup joint. And we're going, yes, it's just a gross pickup joint. That's why we want to go there, because we're gross and we want to pick up. Thank you very much.
I remember going to Hellfire with a friend. Short-lived friendship, that one, which was a bit over the top. And anyway, she like drags me along. I met her at work. Hey, you haven't been to Hellfire Club yet? Come with me. So yeah. And she's all dressed up, full mistress outfit. And I'm just sort of tagging along, looking at everything. And this guy appears, a good-looking guy. And she just like beeline straight to him and goes, well, you just made my entry fee worth it. But guess who got to go home with him?
Oh!
One thing I have observed with the more people who like kink and stuff like that, not that I can say I've had a lot of experience, but boundaries do seem to be important, and not just boundaries, but also respecting other people's boundaries.
Respect and consent and clarification of boundaries. Again, that's how you know you do get people who, and this is particularly young men who say they're into that scene and they're just there to abuse people. But people who aren't fucking idiots in the kink scene tend to have much better defined boundaries and much better respect. Again, what do you mean they got boundaries and they respect? Look at that weird shit they're doing. But everyone agreed to do the weird shit. That is a really big bad.
Is
that nobody?
I have an uninvited guest in my office again.
Oh, you caught a spider.
I'm going to evict it.
Oh, nobody's putting little spider bro outside. Nice. Also, Dr. Abigail's quote, first person she slept with, put Soundgarden on repeat, so drunk, couldn't finish, CD repeated 3 times, never listened to that CD again. God, you kind of reminded me the first time I was intimate with a lady on hallucinogens, and I didn't know they impeded a gentleman's ability to finish things, but she was pretty impressed. Like, how long can you keep going? And I'm like, I don't know. This is really weird. I'm enjoying myself, but it's just continuing for a bizarrely long time. And again, when you're on fucking acid, you can't tell. And it's like, I think it was like, 45 minutes to an hour. But again, you're on acid. It was somewhere between 30 seconds and 45 minutes. And I'm honestly not sure.
Well, you're lucky it wasn't 8 hours or something, because that can
Oh
happen.
my God. I do remember I had friends, there were a couple. The guy had the opposite problem to erectile dysfunction in that he would get a boner, but he couldn't finish. So he would just keep kind of going forever, like without actually orgasming. To which his female partner was like, fuck yeah, okay. First guy who hasn't like made me work for it type of thing. But it was a bit of a thing for him, but which they did eventually work out. But yeah.
From memory, it was actually like when I was a naughty young girl, and I couldn't get it together to get, like, there would be a plan of sex, but just there was all these distractions, and it would take 8 hours to like get there, and by then I was exhausted.
Yeah. Again, if things aren't working perfectly, it can be exhausting. It really can. So.
Yeah, and no sex. Just exhausted by all the distractions and oh my God, look at this. Ah!
No, distractions are you want to be focused. So anything that's causing distractions is not great. Yes, you went there, Abigail. I wasn't going to. Nettie's saying when I was a naughty girl, Abigail says as opposed to being a naughty woman. We all know. That's okay. I'm just saying.
So I saw something this week that, sort of guy that I don't really like on Twitter, mentioned him a number of times, but so he went out on a date and sort of surreptitiously took a photo of her and put it on his Twitter, because I chatted up a really beautiful girl. She's Latino. Don't know why I needed to mention that she's Latino.
Yeah.
But it's like I gave her my number. He's probably still waiting because But in the sort of thread of dates kind of stuff, here's what he said, and you're thinking, incel kind of level here. I know what I'm looking for as far as dating: to have a nice dinner, a date with nice, intelligent, personable, honest, fun, attractive woman who doesn't just order a salad. Am I really looking for too much these days? Do I need to set my standards lower? No, she does. If so, what attribute am I most willing to give up? And it's like, but there was another one, and that wasn't the one I was looking for, but it's up there.
Just creepers who fucking post stuff about dates on social media is just.
They're already stabbing themselves in the face, is this too much to ask? I'm just looking for big lie, They're already like, okay, so you can't find anyone who likes you and who you can like. So loser. Bye.
It's kind of I'm so spoiled. Like I've been with Mrs. Angry for 15 years, and things are wonderful still. But the thought of going out into the dating market at the moment would be, if things went a bit south, God forbid that would happen if Mrs. Angry says, I don't think this is working. What do you need me to do? And she goes, cut off your big toe. Yep, I'll do it. I'll fucking cut off my big toe rather than go back out into dating again. Cutting off my big toe is way less painful than going back out into dating. So thankfully, that's not a thing I have to worry about. But every now and then the thought crops into my head, and it's just like, yeah, no, the world is fucked. I am absurdly well off at the moment.
I'm scrolling, looking for the thing I'm looking for, but I did find a picture on their feed, which is the fastest land mammal is a toddler who's just been asked what's in their mouth.
So true.
I have a friend on Facebook, she just posts collections of memes, and each post will be like 30 killer memes, and she'll post like 4 of these batches a day, and I'm just like, fucking hell yeah. I'm just she just madly collects memes and posts them all to Facebook. They're
My
great.
favorite meme for many years was a meme of a kid that looked just like Ali when she was the same age. And standing behind a computer, holding the plug, going, ah. And the meme says, when you have a toddler, silence is the sound of chaos, or some shit like that.
Yes.
You know?
There's
Yeah.
worse than the
Exactly.
sound
She
of
will do that.
chaos. Yeah. When you have little kids, toddlers, worse than the sound of chaos is the sound of silence. It's like,
Yeah.
what are you up
What
to?
are you up to?
I remember.
I
You found it, Laura. You found it.
Okay, here we go. I have had more girlfriends in my life than I can remember at the moment. I don't think that is what I'm looking for. I think just someone who is honest and puts themselves in my shoes for a change. I have noticed I fall for women who are selfish and only think of things through their eyes. That's not what he's after. He wants someone to be, I don't know, subservient to him. You know.
Well, he's saying,
yeah, hear that, ladies? Stop being so selfish.
He's saying he wants an empathetic woman, but what I'm hearing is, I've tried lots and lots of women, and none of them are good enough. None of them give me enough. So you know. And how old is he?
Oh, he's about 50, 52, something like that.
Loser.
Right. Yeah. I've known this guy sort of, you know, for about 6-8 years, something like that. And the last place he was living at was he had a room that was big enough for a bed and a computer desk and a computer chair, and that was about it. You know, there are people in jail that have bigger accommodation. You know, and I mean, he has less room than my bathroom. And my bathroom has you get in the bath with the shower, going over you. So it's not like there's a separate shower here, and there's a lump sticking out of the corner. So my bathroom's not very big, and I still have more room in there than he had in his one. And he had, he's lived in a couple of 3 places. And the weird thing about it is that all those areas, according to my friend, have a bit of a meth problem.
Oof.
Which is probably the reason why he can afford it. But he was having to share a house with 5 guys. And he got less. He had to pay less rent if he went to a tinier room. Or rather a cupboard. I mean, honestly, Harry Potter probably had more space, and that was when he was living under the stairs.
I started watching some videos on YouTube of tiny apartments in Japan. And it's kind of, if you watch one, YouTube then recommends a whole bunch to you. And they're pretty wild because these apartments, which is someone's entire living space, are smaller than the room I'm in now. This kind of kitchen area that I'm in now, you're seeing half of it. There's another half the other side of the camera. These people are living in apartments. Their entire living space, where they sleep, where they sit, where they cook, where all this stuff is smaller than this kitchen space I'm in. And it's basically they learn to live as minimalists. They only have about half a dozen clothing outfits, and they never cook at home. They always eat out. They always get takeaway and whatnot. And just watching going like, this is why everyone in Japan's insane. This is why when you see what do Japanese people do for fun, and it's always weird, fucked up, tripped out shit. And it's because the combination of their incredibly stressful job and the really shitty living circumstance they're in means when they go out and cut loose, they fucking go out and cut loose. They do weird fetish. Even when they're not doing weird fetish shit, there's all these websites, Tumblrs and whatnot, of drunk salarymen, the really straight-laced office guys who, after they finish working for 10 to 12 hours in an office, before they go home, they get paralytic drunk, and half of them never even make it to a train, and they just pass out. So there's all these guys dressed in suits who are unconscious, paralytic, drunk on park benches or in
That's kind of
doorways of
sad.
shop. And it is, because
Very
it's
sad.
just
Well,
there are
I
aspects
remember in
of
the 80s.
things. Oh.
I remember in the 80s, Australia's youth suicide rate was going up, but Japan's was way high, and it
Oh,
was,
yeah.
I think it was the highest in the world.
Yeah,
And those
they even
guys,
have that like
that
the
generation
suicide
is our
forest.
generation.
Yeah. Oh, Japan has bloody horrible rates of suicide. It's fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, the weird thing about it is that in the UK, if you get someone who's suicidal, they'll like jump in front of a train. In Japan, they don't do that because they know they don't want to stop other people from getting home and stuff like that, and that causes a problem. So they'll go and do it somewhere a bit quieter.
Yeah.
You
But
know,
there's
it's like,
famously,
you know,
that
and like
suicide
suicide is
forest.
really selfish, but they're not that selfish. It's just a
Yeah.
weird little thing.
Actually-
Weird laughing at suicide. I'm sorry.
I have a bit of an issue with people saying suicide is selfish. It's not that it's completely untrue. It's that it fails to recognize the what the person's going through when they make that decision.
At the turmoil,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it is the
Good
moment of unbelievable stress for the person
Oh, yeah.
involved.
I mean, I've been there. So
Sorry,
I-
Abigail,
I-
are we putting you off? We'll stop talking about it.
I think we should change
Yeah.
the subject.
I
Abigail.
do want to talk about something with Japan, and I'm going to screen share if you don't mind. And this is just a bit of Google Earth. And so one of the main problems that Japan has got is you can see it from here that all this brown grey stuff, that's the cities. And you can see that they've only got about 20% of the space that they can live in. Everything else is all, you know, mountains and, you know, all these little places just dug in wherever they can get it. But this is all city area.
Yeah.
They have very big cities. They have very
So
big
what they've
cities.
effectively got is all the way across the south coast, just rows and rows of cities all the way across. And it means that, but they've got an area roughly the state of the size of the UK.
Yeah.
But they've only got about 15-20% of the land that they can live on.
Yeah.
And so, as a result, everybody is much closer together. I don't know what it's like in Australia. I'm guessing it might be a bit bigger, but
We're very spread
in
out
America,
here.
house prices are cheaper than they are in the UK. So it means you can buy a bigger house, you know, for the same kind of money, because it's
Australia's
all
all
built,
fucked up with the space and the
outside of places like
housing
New
prices.
York or something. But you know, in general. I mean, Japan has been really, really clever in the way that they've added extra space, because what they'll do is they'll lop the top off a hill or a mountain or something, and then dump that in the sea so they can build, you know, something on
They build
it.
artificial islands.
And then the bit that they chopped off and made flat on the mountain, they'll build on that as well. You know, that's ingenious, really.
Yeah.
But you know, so as a result, everybody lives much tighter together. And if you look at, you know, I mean, if you did you watch that Squid Game thing?
Yes,
You know,
the Korean series. Yeah.
Yeah, it's somewhat similar. You know, people live so much closer together. And if you look at video games, Japanese video games, they're often working with people. They're more societal. You know, the society and the good of society is better than the individual, is more important than the individual. Whereas if you think our society is Western Australian American society, they're you know, a little more centric, you know, person centric, individual. The individual.
Japan is a collectivist society, whereas you get like UK, America, Australia are individualist societies. A lot of
Yeah.
Asian societies are collectivist.
Yeah, and
Decisions are made about the whole rather than the individual.
yeah, and another thing that's interesting is how that not rocking the boat and not being controversial, is important to them.
Yeah.
And not only that, saving face or not making someone else look bad is important.
Yeah.
And there's the hierarchical structure as well. So the
Yeah.
language that you talk to your mates in is not the same you talk to your boss in a more honourable version
Yes.
of it.
There,
But in business, if you had an idea for the company, you go to your boss, you suggest it, and your boss says no. If you went to his boss, you'd be showing initiative. In our world, you might get a promotion because you've gone further up the chain, and that's really inspired the second in the vice president or whatever, and yay, that's good. But in Japan, that would just be a massive sin. You've disrespected your boss by going above his head.
Yeah.
The
most
there's no such thing
extreme
as showing initiative in that world compared to ours.
The most extreme version of that I read, and this is like in a business thing, was Korea, which is not a completely dissimilar society to Japan. In the 90s, there was a succession of really serious plane crashes with Korean airliners, like passenger planes crashing and killing everyone on board. And investigations revealed what was happening because their sensibilities were so hierarchical. The junior flight crews like captain, co-pilot, navigator. The pilot is supreme overlord and everything. And when several planes that basically crashed into the side of fucking mountains, they listened to the black box recording, and the junior flight officers knew the plane was going to crash. And they were trying to say in a circumspect way to the pilot that he's about to kill them all. And they were saying stuff like, I really love the systems we have on this plane. The thing that tells us altitude of various things. That's an excellent system, isn't it? And the pilot's being very dismissive and saying, "What?" Because the co-pilot is looking, saying, okay, the system tells me we're about to crash into the side of a fucking mountain, and the pilot's just going straight ahead. And I can't just say, you fucking lunatic, pull up, we're going to crash into a mountain. Yeah, and so they're just really calmly saying, the automated systems on this plane are great. And there were multiple plane crashes where they realized were caused by junior flight officers being unwilling to tell the senior flight officer, you're about to kill us, when they knew the pilot was going to kill them. And so they got training from Americans, very surly Americans who were like, yeah, if the boss is a fucking idiot, you tell the boss he's a fucking idiot.
I watch a lot of, I watch a few aviation things, like Mentor Pilot on YouTube.
I watch him,
All Gear. I'm by no means an aviation expert, but one of the things that actually has caused quite a few serious incidents is because the captain has been like intimidatingly aggressive and like passive, sort of just confidently fucking arrogant even. And of course the first officer or whoever has just haven't had the fucking moral courage to speak up and say, actually, Captain, you're plumb wrong there. That has caused some serious aviation industries. Final reports often recommend to train crews for better communication.
I've talking about freedom made Chris chime in again. Yeah, Chris, this is all about freedom. This was literally the Korean flight crews were so hidebound by hierarchy, they needed freedom training. And it was American flight crew who trained them. I was like, no, if the pilot's a fucking dickhead, you tell him he's a fucking dickhead. and you assert that you can say, dude, I'm just looking at the readouts. You're about to crash us. You fucking moron. Pull up. And it worked. Like they stopped having these crashes. It was surreal in the 90s. There was a succession of crashes of Korean airliners where they worked out the problem was the junior flight crew wouldn't tell the senior flight crew they were about to kill everyone. The junior flight crew went, "Oh Christ, we're gonna die!" And rather than saying to the senior flight crew, "Oh God, we're gonna die," they're trying to say it in a really circumspect way that saves face for the pilot. And that was too slow and awkward, and everyone died. So they got taught to go, no. If the pilot's a fucking idiot, you just step up and go, "Dude, you're a fucking idiot. You're gonna kill us all." And that took freedom, Chris. That took good old American freedom to make that happen.
They could have asked Australians, though. They could have asked Australians.
Yeah, Australians also would have just taught them to say, "You're a dickhead. What are you doing?
You're a
Just
dickhead. Punch them in the head and take over the control."
Yeah, just like, boof, I'm taking over now.
Yeah, just grab the flight yoke and say, "My controls."
Angry, which is your right hand? In that case, it'd be the other way. If you're going to punch him, he's that side. Yeah. You know.
Pilot's over here.
No, pilot's the other way. If that's your right hand that you're waving your fist around.
Oh yeah, because the pilot's on the left. And
pilot sits on the left. Right. Co-pilot's on the right.
Sorry, I have to punch Nettie.
This will be pilot flying and pilot monitoring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
I had an interesting flight in December 2008. November 2008. I went to America. I went to New York, and me not having enough money sometimes. If I can save £60, £60, and take a what do you call it? An indirect flight, I will. And I like flying anyway, so I don't mind it. Get to fly in different planes and things like that. You know, different crews, different styles, things like that. Different food, even.
Nobody hates it.
So I have flown with Air France lots of times. So you get a flight from Manchester to Charles de Gaulle, which is Paris, and then over to Newark Airport, which is New York. So I've done that. I'm on an Airbus A330. And we're coming into land, and you know what happens is New York's quite busy. And speaking about New York being busy, 2 days before I was going to go on a plane to New York, to that exact area, there was a TV documentary explaining how overworked the air traffic controllers are, and like they're just like one lax moment away from like killing people. And it's like, thanks for that. Just 2 days before I'm going to go there. Exactly there. These people are going to be in charge of my flight, and they're just saying how overworked they are and how overstressed they are and burnout, and you know, mistakes happen. And it's like, yeah, they make one mistake and they're dealing with like tens of thousands of people every day. Anyway, so what happens is we're going into New York and we're in a holding pattern, and it was quite turbulent. It was, you know, it was November, so it was a bit stormy, not stormy, but you know, the weather wasn't brilliant. Winter weather, and so well, it was turbulence, and I was feeling a bit queasy. I'm pretty good in planes, but I'm, you know, it's like bouncing around. You know, any more violent, and my feelings would have been falling out. It was that turbulent. My belly was bouncing up and down, and it was causing me to be a bit queasy. So
amazing how much those planes can take of that.
Oh yeah, they can take loads of it. It's not a problem.
It's incredible.
Yeah, a Boeing.
You know what hard landing is?
When they build the Boeing airliners, the wings are designed for 150% of the maximum load that they expect it to get. So it's falling out of the sky at, you know, 1,000 feet a second. And, you know, and like it's really massive turbulence and stuff, and the wings will stay on. But
no trouble.
Anyway, so that would be the maximum amount of turbulence. But we're just going through some pretty rough weather. So, so what happens is eventually, after 45 minutes of this, eventually we get our chance to land. And so we're coming in, and I can see the shadow of the plane on the ground. It's getting lower and lower. When we're at roughly the height of the plane, so like on the ground with the tail, we're that high, that's when the engines roar, and we do a missed approach. So we have to go off and do it all again, kind of thing.
Go
And
round.
spend another 20 minutes circling. Well, about 15 seconds after those engines roar, that was when it was too bad to full circle. Well, we landed, everything was fine. I went into New York, I had something to eat, I needed it. But 6 months later, that plane was at the bottom of the Atlantic.
Fuck.
Same plane. It was Air France 447, which was the one that disappeared off Brazil. And apparently what happened was that the pitot tube, which is, they have these little sensors on the side of the plane, little pipe thing. The air comes in and it checks the pressure, and that tells them what the altitude is and the speed and things like that. Well, it got iced up. And so what happened was they got confused, and they thought that they weren't, they were falling. So they pushed the nose up, and they kept pushing the nose up until they just stalled. And unfortunately, the falling down, the wings did fall off.
I watched a video about that one. See, Mentor covers a lot of incidents, not just fatal, not all of them are fatal ones, incidents that have generally happened. Anything where there's a final report, and he gets his information and makes a video based on the final report. I'm pretty sure they came out with some pretty important recommendations from that.
They did, because the main thing is that because the sensors didn't work, the autopilot shut down. And what happened was they kind of lost their mental bearings. They were so busy focusing on, the speed problem, that they weren't looking at the artificial horizon and seeing that they were pointing up. Yeah,
pretty significant. I think the recommendation, among other things, was to improve training to avoid that happening, to check other instruments and backups and things like that. I think they even started installing more backup systems because of that.
Yeah. I think one of the saddest ones I've ever seen, which was, it was where a Russian plane crashed into it was a night one, crashed into a cargo plane. And what happened was there was only one guy on the air traffic control, because it was like 1 o'clock in the morning or something, and he was having to do two things at the same time. So he's wheeling from one table doing one thing, and when wheeling back to another one, there wasn't a lot of traffic, so it could be done, but there were bits that were turned off and the phone didn't work properly. So when he saw there was a problem, he tried to phone up and there was no reply and stuff. And, it just two planes basically collided in the sky. And it was the TCAS thing. One of them didn't have TCAS, and it became a standard thing thanks to it.
Yeah, that shouldn't be able to happen again, because the obstacle avoidance system should have fixed that.
Yeah.
If the plane detects it's on a collision path, it will do so before the pilots even see the other plane.
Yeah, TCAS it's called. It's I nearly had it a second against traffic control. Traffic avoidance.
Collision avoidance system, I think it is.
TCAS, traffic collision avoidance system. And the idea is that basically the planes almost contact each other, and one says climb, one says go down.
That's right. And sometimes they'll direct them to a turn. So they'll both say turn. Is it left or right? I forget now. But sometimes they'll actually bank as well.
Yeah.
So they've got a lot of systems to prevent that happening again, because it was really fucked. Because mistakes happen.
Yeah.
So I'm just drinking melted ice at the moment, because I'm thinking of reusing my shaker, and I thought, it's full of ice. I made something. It's probably got a tiny bit of flavor of the drink I made in it last, so I'll drink lightly flavored water, aka melted ice. So
I've stopped putting ice in my pina coladas because I hate the taste when the ice, because I drink it so slowly. I mean, you've seen what we've been an hour
Yeah,
held it up, and it's gone down about that much. So
yeah,
I've had 2 sips in it. But the problem is that if I have plenty of ice in it, it's great for the first 20 minutes or so. But
yeah,
then as it starts to melt, I just then it's interesting because the thickness of this all sinks to the bottom. So you can drink
yeah,
your straw and it's fine because you're only getting the bottom bit and all the melted
yeah,
ice is at the top. But the problem is you end up with a sort of a centimeter of ice at the of water at the top,
yeah,
and and sort of like a half a centimeter of half water, half pina colada. And I don't want to waste it, so I just end up drinking it. It's just like
yeah.
watered down pina colada tastes vile.
I've seen these things around. Probably you'd get them in some cheap, discount store or something. But I've seen these things that are basically a plastic thing with water in it that you freeze, so that you get the cooling from the ice without the dilution.
I keep saying I'm going to buy some of those.
Yeah, you can only use them once though, and then the thing is not frozen anymore. But yeah, Laura, you raised a point. It's the eternal challenge if you're doing a drink that's not very boozy. If you take a long time to drink it and it's on ice, it's going to be very diluted. Whereas I kind of like quite boozy drinks, and they're quite okay on ice because a bit of dilution just changes the character of the drink, but the flavors are still very strong. The alternative is, of course, just drink your drink fast. Just fucking neck it. Just
I'm with Laura on this one, actually. I think slowly sabering the drink is a far better idea to enjoy your drink.
Oh, again, I was clearly joking then. My big thing for liking cocktails, I always love the thing that the Irish musician, comedian Blind Boy said he regards cocktails as mindful drinking because they're comparatively expensive drinks. So you don't want to just knock it back and have it all be over because you're not getting your money's worth. So you take little sips and appreciate each sip. And it's like the drink develops over the life of drinking it. But there's almost, I guess, a law of diminishing returns on that front. That if you drink the drink really slow, it either, if it doesn't have ice in it, it approaches room temperature, and if it does have ice in it, it dilutes quite extremely. So there's a whole balancing act in there.
What was that one you just put away?
What?
What was the one you just put away just then? What you just put
the
a little
bottle?
tiny mountain? Yeah. What was it you just put in just now?
Okay, that was the Mac that I've been making everything with the barrel-aged Mac tonight.
What is Mac?
Macadamia liqueur. Macadamia and bottle seed. It's a special thing that arrived. It got delivered to me today. It's one of my favorite liqueurs. It comes from a distillery in New South Wales, the Cape Byron Distillery. They make a macadamia and wattle seed liqueur. They've done a limited edition that's been aged in a bourbon barrel, which just arrived today, and it's friggin' awesome. And I've been making a bunch of drinks. I am making a really complicated Mai Tai recipe at the moment. It's got 10 different ingredients in it that range from 30 mils to 2 drops. Now, this was like creme de menthe that's saying 2.5 mils, which is barely a splash.
Is that green? Was
Sorry?
that green there? The stuff you got
That's
in your hand?
green creme de menthe. Yeah. The
Okay,
recipe actually says use white creme de menthe, but I don't have any white creme de menthe because I don't use creme de menthe often enough to have 2 sorts of it. So I've got green creme de menthe. And it also says 2 dashes of absinthe. My absinthe is blue. So I've just got to very carefully do the tiniest splash of absinthe because that's a very strong flavor. Then it says 2 drops of saline, which I don't. Oh, but I do have some olive brine.
Saline? Are we talking like a drip now?
Yeah, salt and water. Because
Okay.
what and this is an interesting thing with cocktails. What salt does, if you put just a couple of drops of saline in, it doesn't make the drink salty. But what it does, salt is a flavor enhancer. Tiny amounts of salt bring out the other flavors. So, okay, it's more than 2 drops, but what the fuck? This is for making dirty martinis. It's olive brine in a bottle. No olives, just the olive brine. So that's like a 10 ingredient Mai Tai that I'm making there. So that's a blended rum, a pineapple rum, an orange liqueur, lime juice, orgeat, the mac, falernum liqueur, creme de menthe, absinthe, and saline. As I said, in amounts ranging from 30 mils to just a couple of drops. So it's a ridiculously complicated drink. 10 ingredients. Going to turn my microphone off while I shake so it doesn't sort of traumatize anyone.
You know, I do wish that I lived down your way because, you know, just like popping over and tasting some of these things, because my knowledge of alcohol and, you know, it's like, oh, it's got a so and so taste to it. And it's like, well, it's got a rum taste. No, it's got an absinthe taste to it. And it's like, I don't know what absinthe tastes like. So
it tastes like licorice.
Right, yeah. But you know, it's like I don't know what that tastes like, so I can't, you know, visual or tastefully visualize how that works. Conceptualize. I can't conceptualize what that is. It tastes like because I don't know. I've never had that.
Yeah,
you know, it's amusing little thing for me.
Yes. It's ridiculous how green this drink is because it has just a tiny amount of green creme de menthe and just a couple of dashes of blue absinthe, and you can see that's quite green.
I've got to paint that color called rotting flesh.
Is that for your like D&D miniatures?
It is. It's 40k, but yeah, rotting flesh.
Hello, Dr. Abigail. Who's
good color that you can mix with red to give it a nice. It sort of takes the tone away, not so bright, desaturates it a bit, but that little green tint does give it a different.
That is complex. Welcome back, Dr.
How many different things did you put in that?
That's 10 ingredients. That is
wow.
So the 10 ingredients: Caribbean rum, pineapple rum, orange liqueur, lime juice, orgeat, which is a type of sugar syrup, almond based, the barrel-aged mac, falernum liqueur, creme de menthe, absinthe, and saline. And yeah, again, it varies from 30 mils to just a couple of drops of something.
Here's the thing that I've been working on this week, and I've only just started. So I've got a model of one of these trains that I'm doing. It's two, but I'm working on the coaches right now.
Yeah.
And I have been making seats for them. And I have a massive box full of seats now.
Oh, wow.
3D
okay.
printed.
3D printed seats. Okay.
I've 3D printed all the seats, yeah. So, you know what? I'll show you what. Let me just get it up on the screen. I'll screen share for you because it makes more sense for you to see it in that way. You know, than me holding up something to the camera.
Yeah. Sorry, my fridge. I don't know if anyone can hear it. My fridge just started singing the song of its people. The compressor on the fridge just kicked in, which to me is very loud. I don't know how much my microphone is picking it up.
I can't hear anything.
No,
Yeah,
I haven't
okay.
heard.
Good on you, microphone, for not picking up weird background shit.
The noise suppression algorithm must be doing its thing.
Doing a good thing. I know Heidi talking. Have we seen docos about the Challenger or Columbia
Yes.
space shuttle? The Challenger was absolutely hilarious to me because I was at uni when that happened, and why it was hilarious is because it was possibly the biggest example of American hubris blowing up in their face. Because the Challenger was the one they put a school teacher on, which was absolutely hilarious. And again, this shows how dark and fucked up my generation, Gen X, is, that we found this mind-blowingly hilarious. Watching the live thing of that shuttle taking off, and they were showing us the teacher's class, and there was a camera showing all these little kids who were the teacher's class, and they're going, yeah, there she goes. And then the fucking shuttle explodes, and there's a camera on all these kids, and they're looking at this thing of the shuttle having exploded, going, what happened? And I was at you, and we were watching it. We were just fucking losing it. We were laughing so much. And again, it's the worst. It's the worst thing to laugh at. A classroom of little kids being traumatized because their teacher just fucking exploded. But we were just in hysterics. We were just like, this is the most extreme example of American hubris backfiring.
It was more.
Be okay.
The problem is that space shuttle. Yeah, they went to Sorry. When it comes to landing on the moon type stuff, it's like first one goes, and what's it? Neil Armstrong and his wife, and they go and meet the president or whatever, and someone on like the next couple of missions down, and it's not even shown on the TV because they've done that, and
it's old hat.
The novelty's worn off. It seems very
Space Shuttle goes off 1981, and that's brilliant and all that kind of stuff. But gradually, the interest just toned right down. It's like, right, we need to reinvigorate. We need to bring it back to people's attention because we don't get publicity. It's like, well, what the hell's the point of what you're doing? What's the point in it? And that's when budgets get thrown away. And so. We're going to reinvigorate it. So we're going to get a school teacher in, and they can give classes from up there, and that's all going to be really cool and everything. And unfortunately, it was bean counting that made it happen.
Yeah, as Heidi says, the stuff I've seen about the lead-in was people had seen there were some potential problems, but they were coordinating across multiple locations. They were doing phone conferences, and they were having technical problems. And the senior people just said to the engineers who were worried, "I'll stop fucking carrying on. Honestly, what's the worst that could happen?" And then we saw the worst that could happen. It blew up after takeoff.
What happened was. So the rocket boosters, which are the bits that sit on the side with the big tank in the middle, they're solid rocket boosters. Once you start them up, there's no stopping. They go until, So what happened was that they were made long way away. So they'd have to make them in sections that could bolt them back together again to stick them on the shuttle and then launch it. Yeah. Well, where the pieces joined together, they had rubber O-rings. There were a pair of them that went around the joints. And what had happened was that they'd already aborted one launch because of the weather, and it was freezing cold that night. And they'd already seen that there was a problem with the system because it had burnt through the first O-ring, but only the other one stayed in it, and that was singed when they got it when they got it back.
Yeah.
And so it's like there's a problem with this design. And so
Yeah.
what happened was the engineers. So you got the engineers from Norton Thiokol, which made the rocket boosters. Their contract was about to end, and so what happened was the engineers are saying there's a problem with the design. We need to fix this, and the management structure were thinking, but we might lose the contract, therefore money. And so what he did was he, it's like, take your engineer's hat off and put your management hat on. And basically, they overruled the engineers and said they could launch, because what had happened was that it was freezing cold the night before.
Yeah.
And they didn't have any data for launching at that temperature, below a certain temperature.
Yeah.
And, by the time it warmed up enough, the launch window would have closed, and it wouldn't be for another 6 days or whatever it was. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Until they could do it again. They can't leave it sitting there for ages. And so they basically, NASA pushed them into, we want it to launch. And the management of the booster one was, overrode the, the recommendations from the, from the engineers, and they launched. And what happened was that it burnt a hole through, and then went into the big tank of fuel, and then kaboom.
Yeah.
And it
I love that phrase.
It pushed it into the tank.
Yeah. The phrase "take your engineer hat off and put your management hat on" is like saying take an ice pick and jam it through your ocular cavity and slice out a large portion of your brain, and then tell me what you think. That's what that is. And again, what it comes down to, it's not just, okay, American hubris with the space shuttle blowing up would have been funny, but that they had a teacher on and they were doing a live broadcast of that teacher's classroom watching the launch. So a bunch of little kids watching the shuttle that had their teacher on it explode, and that being live transmitted around the world. That was fucking hilarious. That was objectively hilarious. That
I actually remember. I remember it happening.
How those kids
I
are
saw it on the
now.
news that day, because it was 10 days after my 20 days after my birthday.
Oh, there you go.
I was 14 that year. And so, that kind of, I was into space at that time. So I didn't think it was funny. I was like, oh my God, this is terrible kind of thing.
No, I thought it was fucking hilarious. I thought it was. Again, those kids who watch that, they'd all be in their 40s now. 30s or 40s. But again,
50.
because it was the combat.
They'd be in their 50s, weren't they? Because it was like 40 years ago now.
No, it wasn't 40 years ago.
It was 1986. So what's that?
1986.
And they were little kids, so they're in their 40s now. Because I was a young adult. I was
approximately 35 years ago.
Yeah, and I was laughing at these less than 10-year-old kids who were looking really traumatized because their teacher just fucking blew up. And it's, I don't know, it was just funny. It was just like, it was so fucked. You either have to be morbidly depressed or just laugh. Those are your two choices. Being morbidly depressed.
Which I think is what I did. I was a teenager and I remember watching that and just going, no, I do not want to know. That's it.
If it had been,
no, it was too terrible.
Yeah, I would be amused if it was the arrogant fucking managers who were driven by profits instead of humanity. If they had been on board when it blew up, that would have made me laugh.
Yeah.
I feel bad for the poor kids.
It's almost a bit like I've got a meme. I think you'll all find it amusing. It's a meme of a car that's crashed, but the license plate on it said, "God is my co-pilot."
Yeah, because he was. And now he literally is.
Just,
Abigail, you're saying you were horrified.
Me too. Yeah.
Look, I was horrified by 9/11. Like because time zones are different, Australians who stayed up late saw live news stuff of what was happening on 9/11. I didn't stay up late that night. I went to bed. I woke up in the morning and I sort of turned the TV on for the morning news, and there was footage on it that I was sure was just some shitty B-grade action movie because it made no sense. What do you mean because the towers had already collapsed by the time I woke up.
Right.
And I was like, what do you mean World Trade Centers collapsed? That's not real. This is obviously a movie. And it took a while for me to process that had actually happened. Because for a while, I was convinced it was just a movie or something. It was just fucked.
I was living in the Joker house, the Joker house, which it was an old pub, big sort of share house, and I'd fallen asleep probably about, I don't know, an hour before, and I get woken up by my boyfriend, and it's just like the end of Fight Club, I hear.
What a way to put it. Oh my God. Like the end of Fight Club. Jesus.
Just like the end of, come on, you got to get up and look. Like, oh, fuck. So I got up and I looked, and I came out not too long before the second plane came.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
we must have started looking about.
No, it's not going away. It's coming close.
Yeah. Again, what was the? I don't want to go too deep into this because it's actually fairly traumatizing, I think. But there's that trippy bit of film. There was a French documentary crew who were doing a documentary about New York firefighters.
The New Day brothers.
A crew who was doing it, and they were somewhere in Manhattan, and they heard this because the noise of a jetliner coming in at low altitude is astoundingly loud. And they were in the street and they were shooting the fire.
There's a gas leak.
And this noise goes whoosh over them. And they just, what's that? And they put the camera up and there's this fucking, and this was the first plane. And the first plane's going, and they go, what the fuck? And they followed it and it hit the tower and they were just like, what the fuck just happened?
Not quite. What happened was that they're filming the guy on the ground, and he's like got a probe down a drain or something, trying to find where this gas leak might be. And then you see him you hear the whoosh kind of noise, and you see him kind of go like that, and then the camera goes up, and it just catches it going into the building.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's they actually captured. Because they were not very far away from the World Trade Center at all.
They're one of only two.
Was just phenomenal.
Yeah, they're one of only two, as far as I'm aware, video recordings of it. Another one was a camera under the George Washington Bridge, I think it was.
There was one that didn't come to light until a very long time after. It's because these tourists didn't realize they had actually captured it. They were a very long way away, so they didn't hear any of the noise or anything. They didn't realize their camera had captured it. They were driving into New York, and they had a video camera running. And in the distance, the World Trade Center's there, and the first plane hits. So there are two bits of video of the first plane hitting. One is this French film crew who were with some firefighters and were very close and happened to capture it. The other one was these tourists who were a very long way away, and they didn't actually realize they'd captured it until quite a long time after, because they were so far away, they didn't hear the noise and they didn't really see anything.
Just behind here, I've got the DVD of that. The New Day brother.
Oh, sorry. Dr. Abigail saying, yes, you sent me a Discord message of the coffee grinder. That picture's amazing. That's 3D printed. Look, I might share it what Dr. Abigail is talking about.
Oh, actually, it reminds me of something. So we had a bit of a joke sometime about having some kind of trophy for something or other.
That is quite impressive.
Oh, that's cool, isn't it?
So, Dr. Abigail, if you 3D printed that, that's friggin' amazing, because that's like a coffee grinder.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was like laughed away as a joke about, a trophy for like the dumbass of the week or something. I can't remember what it was now, but and it's like, hey, I'll draw it, and Abigail can 3D print it for you. But I can't remember what it was for.
All right. I'm putting my wrong.
Friends, I am getting pretty tired, so I'm going to fuck off.
Good night, sweet dreams.
So I
Bye,
shall
bye.
bid all of you good night. I shall see you all again soon, I'm sure.
Next week.
Another time.
Oh,
Take care.
By the
man.
way,
Take care.
apologies for not being here last week. I had a bit of a not paying the bill and getting the internet cut off problem.
Oh no! Oh no!
Well, I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, I must have missed the
Inconvenient.
email saying you got to pay your bill now, and I ended up buying something else. And then it's like, wait a minute, why is my internet not on? And then it go, yeah, you need to call us. It's like, oh shit. So I used my phone to check the internet, to check my email, and there it was. It's like, oh, okay. So I had to wait until Tuesday. So I was like 4 or 5 days that I didn't have it for.
Most inconvenient.
My own.
I got
Like
letters from
a
the
bag of
tax
prawns in the
department.
sun, I'm off.
Bye bye.
I'll see you around.
Cheers, mate.
Good night, everyone. Right back at you, Eddie.
I had a thing in Australia because as a contractor, I have my own company and I put all of my expenses through a company. So I meant to file a quarterly business activity statement, or BAS or BAS. Dr. Abigail's joining
Oh,
us.
good. Okay.
Oh,
Hello.
My
hi.
life's complete.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, I won't be on here for very long, but that
That's
picture
okay.
didn't do it justice, just how big this thing is.
Wow.
That's the
Like
fact you
the-
3D printed that. That's amazing.
That's really
It says,
cool.
I
coffee
like the
grinder.
texture on it as well.
I don't know if you can see it, but it says coffee grinder in quotes on it.
I love. Is that a heart on the
Coffee
side on
grinder.
the-
It's just the direction, because what you can do, that's the bin where the grinds go. There's the grinding mechanism in there.
Yeah,
And
very good. That's
and
incredible
yeah,
bit of 3D printing. That's amazing.
That's cool.
this bit comes out.
Yeah,
So for cleaning, basically, and you can
for cleaning.
pop this
Yeah.
bit off, and that's the grinding mechanism in there.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
cool.
So, and that's the
What a
hopper
good
where the coffee goes.
Yes.
Have you drawn any of your own things yet?
I've designed. Yes, I have. I designed the toilet roll holder / shelf for my toilet room.
Yeah.
I've shown pictures of it, but I can show more. That
Yeah.
was a challenge. That was
Yeah.
a fun little challenge.
Oh yeah. Is it?
But I
has it
haven't
got,
designed
curves
anything
that
else.
Go like this or something. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
It's the sweep.
I printed it.
The sweep tool is a bit complicated to do sometimes.
Oh, I found it very handy.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
for those
3D
people
printed
that
this
don't know-
wall art back here. It's the solar system.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
just like a
nice. Nice.
Cool.
yeah.
Almost a coaster, but not.
Yeah. And I'm 3D printing this this like fine grinder. This is the
Ooh.
bin that it goes in. It's a really tight fit though, and it's just kind of like that.
That's
It
what
comes
she
out,
said.
and it's got
Right.
like
Ah,
and it's got a pattern underneath. So
Nice.
yeah, so
My printer was on for like 4 days last
Yeah.
week.
Yeah.
Just 4 days straight, as in I didn't turn it off or empty it for 4 days. All I
Wow.
kept doing was just topping it back up again, when it got a bit low.
what were you printing?
Seats. Lots and lots and lots of seats for model railway train stuff.
Damn.
So
That's it.
I'll wait
You-
till
you
Angry
got a lot
gets
of-
back because I'll
Now you have to
what I've been doing.
print a lot of butts to go in those seats.
Yeah, so this is how many seats I printed off.
Ah,
Cool.
And I'm printing, I think it's 32 I can get on a single print.
Okay.
So not only
What for? Like, you just want to have a lot of
Model
seats
train
on
stuff.
hand?
Yeah, it's just model train stuff. If I show you this, okay, this is the most expensive best coach in the UK right now, and the seats are basically a bench with a big Lego brick kind of thing for the tables.
Okay.
So the tables are like a big Lego brick box thing, and the
Sure.
seats are nothing more than a bench with some raised bits on as armrests.
Yep.
So when Angry gets back, I'll show you what it looks like. But what I created was one with ones with separate handrests, and they're done with the. If you look, you can see how they're done with the seats backwards on their back.
Oh yeah.
So the armrests are pointing up, which means they don't need support structure. And because they're only half a millimeter high, support structure, you end up snapping it off, and then it snaps off the bloody armrest as well. So you've wasted that seat. And I do them in pairs or singles, depending on. I mean, these are first class seats.
Yep.
Some double ones and some
Okay.
singles. Okay, so let me just screen share for you to show you what it is I've been doing.
All right.
Okay, so
screenshot.
This is a single
Okay,
seat.
that's the chair.
Yeah, so that's the single seat, and then I've got the tables. And what happens is, so the tables are filleted, so they've got like a curve on it, so that they're 1 millimeter tall, and I think it's 8 mil long, and about 5 wide. No, it's less than that. Anyway, either way, so the hole is so that it fits on the chassis, because where the bogie clips on underneath the wheels, that's where that goes, and it will protrude into it otherwise. So rather than have a box for the table, I've made these ones, which is great for the passengers that can travel in it, because they don't become amputees if you put people in it. So they chop their feet off to be able to get in.
I hate it when I catch a train and they have to cut off my limbs.
Yeah, it's a real
So
bummer.
inconvenient.
So what I did was I created blocks with a little notch on them, and if I show the seats have got a notch in a bit sticking out of those, and so they just locate straight in the hole. So you just bit of super glue, drop them in, and that's something else. So that's the coach. That's what the interior looks like inside. And I've also done the detail work for the cables, the orange boxes, which are these things in real life, and that's what it looks like as a model. And these are about 3 millimeters wide, so they're pretty small. And I've been really clever, because if you look at this, there's like 3 wires that come out to connect to the other train, and you can see how it's got 3 wires going back into the coach. This is for the electric train heating, and for the microwaves and stuff for the kitchen vehicle. So what I designed it for, the hole goes all the way through. So rather than have 3 sticking up at one end and having 3 sticking out the other end, it's just you just stick one piece. You stick 3 pieces through like a triangle, stick them right through, and then you can bend one up, which gives it more support structure than just the block that's on it. And so that's what it looks like. You can see the bits go out, and then you just snip it off to make it look like it goes to the other vehicle. But you can't really do it because the corners are too tight and it becomes a pain. But this is what the seats look like when they're done. So that's that blue one I was showing you a moment ago, and you can see the separate armrests.
Cool.
And with Autodesk Inventor, I can create assembly drawings, so I can draw, make up the model, what it's going to look like, so that if there are any problems, I can fix them then, rather than, it's come out wrong and I'm going to have to reprint the whole damn thing. So it's all done, like this, and it's all designed off what the real train looks like, the diagrams. And so those are the first class seats. So they've got the winged headrests and the extra bit on the end. So, and that's how I print out the floors. So that's a first class buffet car one, actually.
Cool.
Only problem I've had a bit of drift at the bottom, but it doesn't really matter because it's inside and you can't really tell. But I made lots of them.
So what's drift?
Oh,
on a resin printer.
Is basically where it kind of when it puts down the layer and it heats it. Sorry, it goes and solidifies it with the UV light. When it lifts up, it can kind of pull at the drum plastic at the bottom because the way that the resin 3D printers work. So
I know how they work. I know how they work.
I'm talking to the others as well. So
All right.
the type Abigail's got is where it's a bed on the bottom, and then it comes down with the extruder, and it basically puts a layer on. Think of it a bit like a toothpaste, and it puts one layer on, and then it goes up, and it puts another layer on top of the other one, and it goes up and another layer, and it works up and up and up and up and up.
Or like the sign I've got in my bathroom, everyone's a 3D printer, and it's a sign of someone pooping.
Yeah. My one works the opposite way, that the bed is upside down and it goes down and it does like I've got like a donut bath, and on the bottom it's clear plastic, see-through, and so what happens is you put the resin in it, and underneath it's got an LCD screen which is ultraviolet, and the resin is ultraviolet sensitive. So what it does is the bed pushes down and it lifts up a tiny bit, and then the space under that is hardened by the UV light that's exposed to it. A bit like a photograph, really, isn't it? You know, you take a photograph, it exposes the light, and then it goes up and goes down. It goes up slightly higher because it does 0.25 millimeters per layer, which is 40 layers per millimeter.
Yeah.
So and it just goes up.
Whereas mine does. Usually mine does 0.2 millimeters per layer.
Yeah,
which is 10, like Laura's is 10 times the resolution.
Yeah, but
yeah, it's
the thing is, a PLA printer, is it PLA?
FDM.
FDM. An FDM printer is great for doing big things. And, you know, because it's going up and all that kind of stuff. For really detailed stuff, not so great. Whereas my printer, great at doing really, really small stuff and really detailed stuff. But it takes bloody ages to do.
I can get a smaller nozzle. I've got a 0.4 mil nozzle. I can get a 0.2 or even a 0.1 mil nozzle on it. And it just takes so much longer. But it you can that doesn't affect the height. You can do that can affect the resolution of each, the X and Y resolution, but the Z resolution can be any nozzle size can do any resolution. A resin printer is just some fantastic quality looking prints, but you don't want to be printing something larger, something all that large, because you'll be printing for days.
Yeah, and this is what I've been doing for the detail stuff, because just this one here is 2 hours 40 minutes.
That would literally take me about half an hour.
Yeah,
but it would look shit.
And I mean, I can do mine up to 0.5. I think it is the thickest layer I can do.
Okay.
So if I want to do something bigger and quicker, I can do that.
Have you thought about getting an FDM printer? Because they're pretty cheap nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, I did own one for a while. I just want to say this is what I'm working on. I've been working on. That's what I did last week.
Okay.
So this is the first class coach. That's the it's a trailer guards coach. So the guards cabin is at the back here.
I wish our trains had fucking benches. How cool would that be?
Yeah. So that's one of those. So they've got one of those at the end. Then you've got four standard class coaches. Then you've got a buffet car, and then you've got a first class car. So that's the first class. That's the one at the opposite end. These are the standard class coaches, and there's two versions. This is the later version, and that is the early version, where they had a table and chair at each window. So where a table is, you can imagine there's a window next to it. Whereas later on, they put more airliner seats in.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to say good night, Nettie.
Good night, Nettie. Sweet
Good
dreams.
night, Laura.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
And also, hello, clapping for Chlamydia, by the way, who dropped in to say hello.
Hey.
So, and that's the buffet car. So I have been printing loads and loads of these seats off, and the floors are done in pairs. I think I showed you before that they're done on an angle, and so I can get two floors done at the same time, or in this case, the buffet car, which I can fit all the seats for it in one print, which is just perfect.
Is that why you're doing it at an angle?
No, there's actually two reasons. The first one is that the bed I've got is it's only slightly bigger than that. So it's a very small amount of space I've got, but it's highly detailed.
Yeah. Okay.
And so because I've only got so these are I painted these. This is one of the first class ones.
Yep.
You know, and I've even used. I don't know if you can really see it very well because it's probably not going to focus on this. But
there it is. Yeah.
I painted. Oh, yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's blurry, but
it's not trying to focus. Oh well. What I did was I painted it a lighter coat, and then I painted on a what do you call it? Like a wood effect. It's like a clear one, but you can't stick it on, and it has streaks, so it looks like paneled wood. You know, like you can see the lines of the threads of the wood.
The grain.
Yeah, the grain. That was the word I was thinking. The wood grain is exactly what the stuff is called. That's the standard class one, and it's got a metal trim around the edge of it. So, I forgot what I was saying now. Oh, that's right. Why is it done on an angle? So, two reasons. Number one is when I do them flat, for some reason it bows at the bottom. It's almost like, and the reason why it does it is because it gets extra material stuck underneath when it lifts it up. Because sometimes the plastic film at the bottom will be lifted up as the bed pulls up.
Because of
So
suction.
it kind of leaves a space, you know. So what happens is when it prints it off, it ends up being thicker in the middle than it is on the ends, so it kind of bows. So although the top is right, you have to like scrape all the bottom to do it. But some people on the internet, who I am completely deferring to their experience, they said that if you print at 44.43 degrees, you get less slippage. If it's 45 degrees, you get slippage. And the best example I can think of is, you know, the old days of bitmap. No, not bitmap. Which is it? Bitmap. BMP.
Bitmap.
Bitmap.
So, you know, if you go diagonally, it's just made out of like squares. If it's slightly off, you'll end up with 6 squares. Then it will go across one, and then 6 across one.
Yeah.
That bit is called slippage, where it does that. That bit where it drops off a bit. Now, although I'm not doing it at 45 degrees, there is less slippage if you do it at 44.43. But if you do it at 45, you get slippage.
Okay.
So you still can get some slippage, but it's not a lot by comparison.
Sure.
And so as a result, I can get 2 floors on the same space. If I, if they're flat, it's going to be too wide. I'll show you. So if I do 2, it's going to be hanging over the end.
Yeah, okay.
Whereas if I do them on an angle, they both fit on. And you have the supporting material, which are like, just a bunch of lines, things that sort of hold it together.
Yeah. Cool.
So it's kind of complicated, but it's not that complicated. And
it's
so,
just finicky.
Yeah.
It's complex.
I did have a bit of an accident. Oh my gosh. I had a bit of an accident because one of the times that I was printing, I had a bit of an error crept in. Sometimes things don't always print perfectly, and so I had a bit of a problem with it was losing a couple of seats on one side, and the bottom was sort of curving up. So although the seats were all in line, the floor had lifted a bit in the corner.
Oh no.
And so I was losing, maybe like 3 or 4 seats on the corner, but that wasn't a big deal. And so, but where it wasn't printing it properly, it was still laying it on the bottom. So what I had to do was occasionally I would have to unscrew it, remove it, pour the resin out, scrape the bottom, make sure there weren't any bits in it, because I use a sieve when I pour it back in. And then once it's all scraped off, I could then pop it back in, fill it back up, and just restart the print again, make the next print. However, I went and had to clean it out because it was a bit more solid than I expected. So what happened was I cleaned it out and I put it back in, and then I pressed the button to start it. And it was going for an hour, and I went out to get something to drink or eat or something, and I saw the bed sat on the worktop. So basically, what happened? The bed goes at the top and goes down, and the bed unscrews so you can remove the print that's stuck to it. And then what I do is I've just got a pot of IPA and I just splosh it in upside down on the top to get between the gaps and everything. And well, unfortunately, what I'd done is I'd left it printing for about an hour and a quarter, with there being no head to lift it up. So
no.
A square. I had basically I had that.
Oh no.
I had that. But there was nothing else there. It was just solidifying that same piece again and again.
Yep.
So it was rock hard, which is one of the
reasons. I bet. Oh no.
But like I say, hour and a quarter, it's like, oh shit. And my first instinct, not thinking it through, was to I forgot to put the head on. So I stuck it on, screwed it down, and then just started the machine. And as it's going down, ready to go, I think, shit, stop. Because it's going to have solid resin underneath that's hardened up. There have been horror stories, and the main horror story is someone who forgot to empty it. And so what happened was it's UV sensitive light, and they didn't empty it. And so what happened was they came out the next day, and it was just a solid block of resin that had all hardened up, except for a bit that was a bit gooey.
Yeah.
You have to empty it out every time.
Just yesterday, I had a thin, tall piece get knocked off by the print head as it was doing the next layer, which can happen because the tolerances are so small, and the filament can expand and contract with heat. And because it was only halfway through this piece, it knocked it off and then just started printing in thin air. And I didn't notice for a few layers or 20, and it was just a spider web of filament in thin air. And it was just like, that happened again. Yeah, okay.
I've just sent you the link. It might be useful, it might not.
What's it?
It's how to calibrate your printer, because sometimes it thinks...
I have all that dialed in. I'm really good at doing that.
What happened was with my kind of printer, that sometimes things are a bit bigger than they should be, and apparently it's because you need to set it up properly.
That's what she said. Sorry.
Yeah.
So
Things
I
were a
mean,
bit
this link you
together.
sent is for a resin printer anyway.
Yeah,
So,
true.
All right. So also,
Yeah.
I just want to say hello to Toby on Facebook and Archie Monty. Archie, I'm not sure what should be renamed to the Angry Aussie, but also it's almost 1 a.m. and I have had
Archiemonti. That's how I read it.
Archie.
Archiemonti.
Okay,
I'm just shit stirring.
sure.
I'm just being contrarian. I don't know. I have no sense of humor at the moment. Anyway,
It's all good. It's all
I
good.
used to. I just want to show you one last thing. This is something completely different, but I used to have the same kind of print as you have, except for it was rubbish and didn't work. And it was one of the kit ones.
What brand was it?
It was a RepRap Pro Mendel or Mendel Pro.
Oh yeah, okay.
And oh my god, it was a pain in the ass. I hate it. You know, I spent £500 on it, and you know, it was hard to put together. You know, it took a long time to, you know, and you got to calibrate. You know, you got to set it up right and make sure it's square. And I think that maybe I got that wrong or something or other. I did it the way the instructions said. But what happened was every time I tried printing on something, it would start to print, but then would stop printing. So it was either getting stuck in the nozzle or it wasn't gripping to the base, you know, to the floor.
Yeah.
And it just wouldn't do it. And the funny thing about it is the 3D printer I've got now, I left it for a year before I even turned the damn thing on. Because I was expecting, you know, I mean, you know, it's like calibrating this one I'm showing now. You know, I spent 2 hours and couldn't get the damn thing going properly. I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah. Well, can I show you the one I've got?
Yeah, sure. When it came to the new one that I've got now, what happened was I was expecting it was going to take me an hour or something to set it up. And I just like, I haven't got time to do that. I'm going to have to learn something new. When you will learn something new, you got to concentrate and stuff. And it's like, I've got lots of other things I need to be doing as well, you know, besides this. So I just kept putting it off. And then it's like, right, you know what? I'm going to get on. I'm going to do it. And it took 20 minutes. And that was only because I was looking and being careful.
This is the one I have.
Nice.
And I've heavily modded it as well.
Right?
Yeah.
You put. I bet the first thing was the drum drum bracket.
Sorry,
thing. Was the first thing a drum bracket, something to put your drum of the FDM?
No, it came with one.
Oh right, cool.
Yeah. The first thing I printed was actually the first several things I printed was upgrades for the printer, various fixes and for the shortcomings of it. For example, just like little brackets and for the wires, little holders for the wires so that they don't fray or bend too much. But it's got a huge print area. That's the print area.
Oh, that's a good size.
It's really good.
30 mil long. I mean, that'd be fantastic for model railway stuff. The problem is the resolution isn't quite good enough for my needs.
No, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, this I'll show you in a minute when you're done. Oh my god! Yeah. Holy fuck! Excuse my language, but
no, I shall not excuse your language.
No one is allowed to swear on this channel.
Yeah.
What is this?
I spent 350 quid on mine, and it's now for $99. And it's like, what?
Jesus.
How old is it?
2 years.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, but it's still
bigger and better ones are out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's been a slew. There's been a slew of resin printers because of all the cheap LCD screens coming out of China. They're basically kind of like phone screen size for a reason.
Yeah. That's
yeah.
That's my build area roughly. It's not quite it.
Okay.
This is the one I
it's
want.
tiny.
That's the one I want.
Yeah.
That's the one I want next. No, wait a minute. No, I don't think it is. It's a Mono XL, I think.
I don't know if I should
But-
get a resin printer or another FDM printer.
You know, the thing about it is, in my opinion, it would be get both. Have one of each. For big stuff, use the FDM. For the smaller, detailed stuff, go for the what's it?
Can't really afford it at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, because I don't know if you have it over there, but we have this thing over here called Afterpay.
Yeah.
And it's a lay-by thing, and it's great. It has like saved my life. Like, well, not literally, but like it's enabled me to buy some awesome stuff. And I'm actually really good at budgeting and paying it off. I've never paid a late fee with Afterpay. I've like been really good at like paying it off. But it did get a bit crazy for a bit. I like there was like a few payments where it was over like approaching the $300 for like in one fortnight. So
because you've gone absolutely wild on Afterpay.
Yeah, it catches up on you. So recently I've just curtailed everything, and my next fortnight, my payment is down to $26.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
I'm so wrapped about that. It just feels so good. And I'm just gonna set a budget. Like if my Afterpay payments go over like a certain amount, I'm just not gonna get the thing, you know?
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
Here's the
Manny-
area. Oh, sorry. This is
That
the volume for mine. It's 115 by 65 by 155 mil.
Yeah, the whole Afterpay thing is predicated on a certain percentage of people failing to maintain the payment. If you are responsible and maintain your budget and whatnot, Afterpay is fucking amazing. Oh, seriously, you let me pay it over 4 payments with no interest? Brilliant.
Yeah.
But
and the store pays for it.
Yeah, their business model is predicated on a combination of the store paying them a bit because it's like, okay, we would never have got this sale if it wasn't for Afterpay, and a certain percentage of users failing to meet their payments, so they pay the late fees and whatnot.
And it was
so
if 2 dudes from Sydney who started it.
Oh god, and they made like $1 billion, and I'm always someone go, oh, what? No, dude. Okay, they came up with a thing and they made a shit ton of money. Fuck.
Do you know
okay.
what's funny?
Good on them.
What's funny is PayPal do this now as well. I think.
Yes.
Yep.
No. Everyone copied Afterpay. Afterpay was invented by 2 dudes in Sydney, where they basically came up with a model because interest rates were basically zero. And they just set up a payment structure, and they said to retailers, "Don't you want to do this? You get people to buy stuff they wouldn't buy otherwise. So you give us a kickback if someone buys it on Afterpay," which is one thing that keeps our business running. Second thing that keeps our business running is people who fail to meet the payment commitments, and we charge them late fees. But they win both ways. If people stay within the thing, the retailer actually gives them a kickback, and if people fail to meet the payments, they make a killing with late fees, etc. So it was, and again, someone just recognized, holy shit, interest rates are basically zero at the moment, so we can borrow all this fucking money and it doesn't cost us anything. And they got copied by PayPal. It's not just PayPal, but PayPal was the big one. A whole bunch of payment systems went, oh shit, okay, these guys proved this thing works. We should all do this. And
now there's heaps of them.
There is a heap of them.
I've got an Argos card, and that's like 0%, 29%. Where if you don't pay it by, it's but 6 months interest free.
That's a credit card. That's just a credit
yeah.
card. Yeah.
Um,
And there's this one called Zip, which is
Yeah, Zip
basically
is
an
another
online
one,
credit
yeah.
card. That's a credit card. It's not
Yeah,
a lay-by system.
They
And I hate
you can pay it.
there are
You can
various
pay it in
permutations,
installments or whatever.
yeah.
But I actually used it to buy. I bought a new fridge, a new washing machine, and a TV, and my bike, all in a year.
Yeah.
And you know, I mean, the with the exception of a bike, I've never bought those new in my life.
Yeah.
Never bought new ones. Always had my mum's old TV or, you know, a fridge that someone had thrown out in. And I was going down the stairs and it's like, oh, there's a fridge. Let's drag it to my place and see if it works. Did they throw it away because they just got a better one, a bigger one, or whatever? Or did they throw it away because it's broke? If it's broke, you just stick it out again. I had a plasma TV on my wall for 2 years with that.
Yeah.
And what had happened was it had red haze, if you know what that means. Sometimes something blows on it, some capacitors blew. And what happened was it gave like red snow over the top of it. So everything had kind of reddy hue to it.
Sometimes,
you know,
sometimes angry blows and gets a bit of a
I do get a red haze occasionally. That's
He gets a bit of a red haze on his face, and then there's this white snow.
The descriptive physical. Anyway.
But all that happened was I looked on YouTube, and someone did a fix of that exact same TV. And apparently what was wrong with it is that the capacitors were cheap on it, and if they blew, it was just a problem. And so people just threw them away. Oh, it didn't work anymore. And the idea of fixing stuff isn't really a thing anymore. There used to be loads of TV repair shops. Now there aren't any.
There's one down the road from me.
Oh, that's a bit different then. You just don't get it.
And there's a refrigerator repair down the road from me as well.
Yeah. My friend has been trying to persuade me to spend £1,500 on a monitor. It's a fucking brilliant monitor. It's like,
what?
You know, it's
Which
like
one
as
is
big
it?
as my table. It's curved. It's Odyssey something 9. It's Samsung, I think it was. It's massive. It's brilliant. It's like 2 monitors in one. It's a big curved thing.
Is it the G9?
But could be. I think G9.
49 inch.
G9.
Oh, it's the Q. Yeah, it's QLED.
Yeah, it's you know.
Yep.
It's brilliant, but it's huge, and it's like, look. I know that the world today.
It's $2.5 grand here.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, well, I booked it. It's but I'm only paying £50 a month. Yeah, for 30 months. I'm not spending 50 quid a month for 30 months. I'm not doing it.
That's
I'd rather
3
have
years. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather have 4 monitors for £100 than one big massive monitor, you know, and like I say, I can put different things on different screens and, you know, still be able to watch a film on the other one. You know, it's like, and the world we live in today is disposable. Oh, your phone's not working, you know, they're going to replace it, throw it away, get another one kind of thing. They're designed to break. You know, I think it was, I can't remember, like an iPhone or a Kindle or something like that, and it only had a 1-year warranty. And the reason is because they don't expect it to last more than a year.
Yeah.
And it's only 1440p as well.
Maybe it's not that one. I can't remember. It was just stupidly expensive. But
this one is stupidly expensive.
Sorry. Yeah. I was just noticing in the chat, you've got a spam bot that's not Russian, which is a bit of a novelty. So we'll get rid of that.
How does that work as spam anyway? Like how?
I know. No, these are the worst spam bots ever. In that there's this, because if they put a URL, it would be blocked by the chat. So they
Yep.
put a space in it. So what's required for that to work is someone to be stupid enough to copy the text that's there in the chat, paste it into a browser, delete the space, and then like that. Literally, that has to have a 0%. And
Yeah, I know.
I'm used to various things that have a 1 or 2% hit rate, but if they send it to thousands of people, that's actually But
I'm
these have
going
a
next
0%
time.
hit rate.
Next time I see one, right, I'm
Yeah.
going to have a virtual machine ready,
Yeah.
and I'm going to open up this link. I'm going to see
All
what
right,
it is.
all right. Next time one pops up, if it happens tonight, I'm not going to delete it. I'll let you do that.
Oh no, not tonight. I'm not tonight.
Not tonight. Okay. Also,
Next
I don't
stream.
know that I'm going to last much longer. Honestly, it's like
Yeah,
1
I'm done. This is way too many spoons
maybe
for
we'll
me
go
as it
night.
is.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
by
not
the way,
having a good
Archie
night.
Monty did confirm their username was two cats' names, Archie and Monty. So
Okay.
but
just,
hey, whatevs.
With the rain sounding a bit thick, I thought it might be hail or something. But I looked out the window and it reminded me of something that happened a week ago, or maybe it was a week. I can't remember. Maybe it was that couple of weeks where I didn't turn up. And there was a weird night when it was freezing fog.
Freezing fog. Wow.
I couldn't see the ground. I'm 10 floors up. I couldn't see the floor, but I could see the moon.
Okay, weird.
It was,
it settles at a particular level.
It's so cold, it just keeps it down. The fog doesn't disperse upwards; it just keeps it down because cold air descends.
Can I before you go, I just want to show you how cool this this is.
That is cool. I like that.
That's pretty cool.
I bet it didn't take long to make.
It's the planets. That took like 20 minutes. It's 3 layers.
Oh, nice.
3, wow.
Yeah. And I just happen to have purple already loaded. So and like my 3D printer, like I hadn't printed anything in about 2 months. So it was just a nice simple little project to print just to get it fired up again.
Mm.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to tell you one last sort of not freezing fog thing, but so there's a place in the Midlands called Towton Railway Depot, and a chunk of it they removed the tracks years ago because traffic reduced, and so what they did was the land they basically scraped it flat and dumped all the earth in a big pile, so there's like a manufactured hill. And you can just sit on top of that and watch the trains go by, freight trains all the time. Well, I used to go for overnights because on a weekend, on a Friday night, lots of the freight locals would come home to the depot for their weekly maintenance. And so you'd get lots of things coming in. So it was a good time to go. But the next morning, I went down to go back to the train station. And there was a thin layer of fog, really, really dense, but it was only about that thick.
Yeah.
And because it was old railway track, there were stones and bits of wire and all sorts of other things, bricks and stuff that you could trip over. But I couldn't see my feet. And it was like at waist height.
Okay.
So what I had to do was make every sort of dozen steps. I'd have to stop, look underneath this layer of mist, and it was like looking at the ceiling because it was so thick.
Oh, that's so weird.
That's
was so weird.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, it kind of reminds me. There's on the way towards Sheffield, it goes over the top of the hills.
Yeah.
And what you can get is cloud that's lower than the top of the hill. So you start off and it's cloudy. You go up over the top and you go through this cloud and then it becomes visible. Then you go back down and it's thick fog and then it disperses again as you get lower down. So it's just weird having that kind of layer of,
we don't get fog nearly that thick.
We don't get shit like that. We get
No,
fog, but
we get
like
fog,
that.
but it's not that thick. I think
No,
the
it's
the
rare.
thickest fog I've seen is in the Dandenongs in the
Yeah.
mountains.
Mm.
And that was pretty thick, but you could still walk. Like you can,
Yeah,
yeah.
these are exceptions. These are really weird exceptions that, you know, like I say, I've had 2 times. I've lived here for nearly 30 years, and 2 times I've had fog that I couldn't see the floor, but I could see the moon and I could see the city and
Yeah.
the lights.
No,
but I
that's
couldn't
pretty
see-
weird. We don't get
We
that.
do get catastrophic bushfires though,
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
those are a bit-
spiders
for variety.
and spiders that hunt birds.
Mm. Yeah.
Spiders.
Yeah.
But yeah, do you know what? There's only one thing that you should be afraid of: if spiders ever evolve wings. Oh, that would be
okay. You say that,
terrifying.
but spiders here fly. They migrate by making a parachute out of web and catching the wind.
Mm.
And in certain areas, they're only tiny
Yeah.
spiders that do that, but
They do it.
thousands and thousands of them migrate by making parachutes out of web and going on wind currents. So,
Yeah, I think the 2 most terrifying things, I think, for an Australian, flying spiders would be
Mhm.
possibly one of the worst, and
Mm.
cats with thumbs.
yeah, no. Flying crocodiles would be a bad one, but I'm just throwing that out.
Fucking flying cassowaries.
Oh, Christ, yeah. No, the only thing that saves us from cassowaries is they're only able to walk.
Yeah.
If cassowaries could fly, we'd all be dead, basically. Anyway, I'm going to go to bed. It's like 1 a.m. I'm going to fucking chill. There won't be a Saturday night stream. I'm having a date night with Miss Angry. There'll probably be a Sunday night stream, though. So play us out, Dr. Abigail. When the saints come marching in, I wanna be in their numbers. Oh, when the saints come marching in. So look, potentially, I don't know, next week, I don't know, depending on a number of variables, Dr. Abigail and I might get it together to do a stream. Might do a martini stream.
We'll
Who
see.
knows? Who knows? But there are visitors next week, and I need to talk to Nettie offline about have you had negative COVID tests within last year, because it's all very weird. But we might have some very interesting live streams next week. So, but we'll leave that up in the air. Going to go to bed for now.
Stick around for a couple of seconds when you've turned it off.
All right, I'll do that. Okay.